What's up, guys? I figured I'd hop on here and come on before Jill comes. Jill comes up. She's still getting ready because I have it marked for 8:30, so she still has 20 minutes. But I was ready actually. So 2 times in a row, I was actually ready early. So since all the times that I've kept you guys waiting, now I want to make up for it. Let me get my earphones in. And hold on a second. So how is everybody doing? Hold on a second. Let me get everything. There we go. Okay. So let me just pull up my YouTube here for the chat so I could chat with you. So how is Sabib, Loving Coco, Sky, Jenny May? You know what? I feel bad because I feel like I never thank my mods. I want to thank you guys. And sometimes I'm forgetting what mods I have in here because I'm always looking at the StreamYard side, which only shows the green members. It doesn't show the blue mods. So that's why today I'm going to watch it through my YouTube on my laptop. I know I do it on my phone sometimes, but it's so small and, usually it's just real quick. But I think I'm going to try something different where I'm actually going to be on my YouTube on my one screen. And then if I have to share a screen, I could switch. So hold on a second. So then I could see which ones, what mods are here. So how is everybody, by the way? I'm going to say hi to you all first. I got to do another members logo for, okay, help me out, guys. Give me some ideas. So for every 3 months that you get upgraded to a new sticker for members. So I only did 2 of them so far. So I want to upgrade them. So people that's been here past, I think 6 months or maybe 3 months members, you should have a different one. It should be the first, I think it goes maybe every month or every 6 months. But I don't have the new ones yet. So does anybody have any recommendations? What you want what comes beside your name? So what will be the one for the really long-term people? The longest so far. You could keep upgrading so you could see how long people have been a member. I got to get on that. Hey, Ranger, what's up, girl? Or I don't even know if you're a girl. I just assume. Oh, you could be a guy. There's a lot of women following this case, I've noticed, though. I feel like there's definitely more women than men. I mean, not there are men, but I'm just saying in general, I feel like there's a lot more women that are that are at least following the Chris Watts case. And I think in true crime in general. I don't know why. I just feel like there's more women. Not that there isn't a lot of men, but I feel like there's a little bit more women, maybe a lot more women, but yeah, so I was kind of waiting to, okay, I can tell you some of my own thoughts. So okay. So hold on, let me just say hi to a few more people and then we're going to get into it, guys. Lillian, Terry Michael, Sandy, Rain Dancer, AB, where's Zeke? I don't know. Maybe when Jill comes on, I'll go down and get him. Miss Bad Kitty, what's up? Raylene Brown. Yes, I did see that my Crybaby Bridge. I forget how far it is from here. I remember me and my sister and her friend, we drove there, but I don't remember if it was a far drive or not. Well, I'm going to have to look that up, actually. I'm in Canton, so I forget where the Crybaby Bridge is, but I remember that night vividly because there is a cemetery somewhat close, at least it felt like it was close by Crybaby Bridge, because after we did the Crybaby Bridge, we drove to a cemetery, and it just felt like it was kind of close. So was there one pretty close to that, and we went there, and remember we got out walking through it, and then at the end of the cemetery, there's this statue thing or whatever. I forget what it was, but oh my God, we freaked ourselves out so bad. What's up, CDT? Angela Mullen, Stardust. I like how you wrote Tiff with the 5. That's cool. Shannon. Oh, I forgot I could put some of these up. Thank you, guys. Merch. Below all my videos, you can click on the merch, and we have face masks now. I have to get some so I could wear it to show you guys. And dog hoodies. So come get some. Well, hold on. Let me move this so you guys can see. I have 2 designs. I have the one that's back here and on my pink sweat hoodie that I wear. I have that, but it's all different colors. I mean, you could get black, blue, purple. I mean, there's so many different colors. I just like the pinks and purples. And so I have this design, and then I have, oh, let me take this down again. And I have this design. The dog hoodies. I could add this design with the dog hoodies. So far that I only added this one with the dog hoodies, the one that Zeke wears, and then the face mask. But I could add it. You guys just ask me which ones you want for which. I could add them. What's up, Shay Fisher? Gianna, what's up? Marie, Sandy. All right, Misty Barrett, Jenny from Denver, yeah. Oh, Shiny Catcher, how you doing? How you feeling? Loving Cocoa, yeah. Go order one of Christmas present to yourself. They're really comfortable. They are. They really are. They're good quality. And I'm not just saying that. I feel like it's good quality sweatshirts. Like my favorite sweatshirt, my favorite hoodies are this one and my pink one. Not just because it's like my merch on it. It's just, I don't know. They're really comfortable. Okay, so let me see who's texting me. Okay, so Jill's about ready. So let me just start it off so I could tell you a little bit of my thoughts. I know I've talked about. So Jill watched because she just got caught up on all of Kim's channel, so she's gonna give her thoughts on that. I know I gave you a lot of my thoughts on some of Kim's theories on her channel. As far as oh, thanks, Kathleen Drew just became a Patreon. Thank you. Just became a oh wait. What am I saying, guys? Hold on a second. Let me take this off. So like the whole shenan doing it and stuff. So the only really new thing she put out was the recording of her and Chris, which I have some thoughts on that. But let me get to this NK thing real quick. This is just crazy. Okay. I think it's totally fake. Freaking, I read some stuff. Do you guys know about that person that was claiming to be NK's cousin, right? She kind of sounded like her, okay? So everybody's like, oh, she must be related because she kind of sounds like her. And then a lot of people were thinking it was actually her pretending. Definitely not her. She has a lisp. You could tell that it's not her. Like, I think 100% you tell it's not her. And how many people would it be? I mean, she probably just happened to get down her voice. You know how people imitate her? She purposely was probably trying to sound like her a little bit. She had supposedly NK's aunt. I don't want to call out any channels, but I was watching some stuff today because she took down her channel, okay? So for those of you that aren't aware of what was said, I'll tell you in a minute what she claimed. But the background, so she took it down. I wish she wouldn't have, because I was planning on doing this live and I was planning on sending you over there so you guys could listen to it. So she took it down. Who knows? Maybe she'll put it back up. But there's some people that have been doing some research and are saying it's this other channels that's behind it. And I'm not going to do any name calling. All you got to do is do a little bit of research and you could come to you could find the same stuff I found. There's this other person that does true crime that is supposedly behind it. She's actually the person who somebody sent me a link to this. Remember when I was playing it? You guys, I never showed it, so you wouldn't know who it was. But remember when I was playing you that last live, I said, oh my God, I got this thing that is supposed to be NK. Well, once I heard it, it was supposed to be NK's cousin. I just listened to it real quick. I misunderstood what the person was saying. But that person that was talking about it, the person that announced this channel, that's supposedly her that's behind it. Not her that's talking, but her that set it up, that knows the person that's doing it. This person also went on and said that she ran a test on her IP. She traced her IP address back to Colorado. But the thing is if you listen to that, they claim that they're in Alaska. So I think she just said, oh, Colorado, to make it look, real, not even realizing this person was going to say Alaska, or maybe they didn't plan it good enough. So she was saying, do you know how many emails I got? I would not even have addressed this because I wouldn't even have maybe it would have came across it, but I wouldn't have thought that so many people really believed it if I didn't get so many emails. I got so many emails that night and the next day saying, oh my God, you got to listen to this. It's NK. So many people believed it. And I don't get why. When I listen to it, and if NK were to come out, that would be so stupid to come out on a a channel like that. She could go on a national, international news station. She could write a book. Everybody wants to talk to her. Do you think she's going to have a crappy channel? I hate to say it, but it was just some crappy channel just goofing around. I mean, they never showed their face. I'm not trying to bash anybody. I mean, but we all see what it was. It was ridiculous. That aunt that came on, a lot of you guys might not have seen the aunt because she took the aunt's videos off. Like after she started getting a lot of views, she took the aunt's videos off, but the aunt actually showed her face, dude. Crazy. This girl was scary, actually. I feel bad even saying it, but it actually made me jump and made my heart pound when I saw her. She was scary looking. But anyway, why would she even, she would be, first of all, they said she was worried about, it's because the trial was coming up. If she was so worried, she would have a lawyer helping her decide what to say. If she went through all this lengths to keep herself so private and not anybody could find anything on her, you don't think she'd be smart enough to have a lawyer and to at least, she looked up about a book deal. You don't think she would be smart enough to go about it in a smart way where she could, number one, make some money? Because this person's saying, she's broke, she robbed us and all this stuff. Why would you even do it that way? You have money. Your name is money right now. I mean, I hate to say it, but everybody wants to talk to her. All the news channels, TV companies, what do they call it? TV channels or whatever, making movies, interviewing. Why would they go on a little channel and act like an idiot, have your cousin just sound so unprofessional when you could have a lawyer, you could get paid for it, you could make sure you are safe on what you say, and you know what I'm saying? It was just stupid. It was so stupid that people believed it. No, I'm sorry, I shouldn't even say that, but I got so many emails and I'm like, are you guys serious? Do you guys really think that this, I don't know. I just thought it was so obvious that it was ridiculously not her. And I thought there was one of two things. Either when the live came, she was going to just do audio and have somebody that sounded like NK. And then you notice I got sent a lot of messages. People were sending me messages that channel was leaving in other channels. So one of the messages said that, she's on her psychiatric meds. So I think that they threw that out so then they could use that as an excuse why it might not sound exactly like her. She was on her meds, if they did have somebody pretend to act like her, like that sounded like her, which isn't hard to do. People do impressions all the time. It's not hard to find somebody that could sound like her. I'm sorry. So supposedly this person said that NK had a baby girl on April 14th or something. She still talks to Chris. That book money from Cheryl Cadle was supposed to go to her. Chris still says he loves her, and he took a picture of Shanann and the kids or something from his jail cell and sent it to her saying like, I'm so lonely. Are you kidding me? Like, he has a phone or he has a camera. He could just do that. Yeah, I'm sure he does. Yeah, right. He couldn't even leave a freaking pair of underwear. I mean, they're so strict there. It's just ridiculous. What else did she say? Hold on. Like I said, I wouldn't even have acknowledged it, but so many people fell for it for some reason. I have to talk to you guys and say, what are you guys thinking? No, it's not her. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? That definitely was not her. And then she just contradicted herself saying, all she did was she just, they were swingers and talking about like how she's so sweet. And then, she robbed them. She doesn't need money. She's broke. She's a good person. She's not a good person. The aunt says, she runs around and all these men. What's the big deal that she was with Chris? It's like contradiction after contradiction. What are you saying? She's on drugs. She's off now. She's out with a boyfriend. It's just such weird stuff. I don't know. I'm sorry. I hope I'm not. Yeah, hold on. I know. I see you. Yeah, but like I said, that's the only reason I'm bringing it up, because I got so many emails that I was like, you guys, and I understand like maybe a little bit of doubt because she kind of sounded like her, but just think about it though. That would be the stupidest thing. She went through all this lengths to stay private. Would she come out like that? Did you see that aunt, by the way? I mean, no, she would have a lawyer. She would write a book. She would be on a big channel where they would pay her lots of money. Especially if she's a drug addict and she needs money, she'd be going on a big channel and getting a bunch of money. Not some YouTube channel that's not going to make anything. You know, I mean, it takes a while to even make a little bit on YouTube. So, yeah. So yeah, I'm gonna bring Jill on now. She has some thoughts, and then we'll talk about some of Kim's stuff. Yeah, we'll just discuss it with her because I have some thoughts on that recording. I just want to know what you guys think about it. All right, Jill, let me bring you on here. Jill in the house. Hey, she doesn't know.
Hi.
Hey, what's up? You look good. I haven't seen you
you.
forever. You're looking good. I know you had surgery, like, what was that, few weeks ago? Not that long ago, huh?
About three weeks ago, I think. 3 weeks ago, was it?
That's another thing. Oh, yeah. Hold on. One more thing she said, that they were swingers and that NK had met Chris or had met Shanann before because they were swingers. They had, threesomes and they got together. They were a swinging couple and they met each other on a website for swingers, which... some of the stuff that she said,
everything.
What do you think? Jill, be lucky because they took the channel down. So did you get to watch it all?
I got to the girl that talked. I hate to say it, man. She talked in circles, and I couldn't understand.
Wait, which one are we? First of all, which one are we talking about?
Not him. It was the cousin of NK.
The cousin. Okay, we'll talk about that right now. Okay, good. She took the channel down. It's down. I'm glad you got to hear it. So tell me what you think.
Everything you said, everything is, and I was going to make that point, and you started talking about it, and I've been thinking the same thing. I guess that she hid for so long. And was so desperate to keep her privacy, but kind of checking into book deals just in case. And she's going to come out that way. I mean, I don't want to. I'm not being ugly or rude, or I'm trying not to be. But I think she would have chosen a more well-spoken person to represent her. Mm-hmm. I don't think he would have said, yeah, go ahead. You go on and talk to him and tell him. I can't see it.
Yeah, no, I agree. Even if she wanted to go the YouTube route, she would have went to a channel that, had a lot of, followers because she could. I mean, everybody would want to talk to her, but I think she's going to go more the route of a professional way where she's going to either write a book, she's going to go to a big TV station. I think she's going to probably go that route when she comes out. I think it's going to be a book that introduces us to her. I bet she's working on one right now. I don't know why.
I don't doubt it in the least. I wouldn't be shocked at all if she's writing a book. I mean, she checked into it for a reason. And it sure clicked in her mind quick for a reason, you know what I mean? Early on to be thinking that. So yeah, she was looking for a reason.
Somebody did I had read about the swingers, whether or not okay, let's say they were let's say that there are rumors about swingers. The whole point is this person is reading the same stuff we're reading. She's pretending to be her. So she's going to go with some of this gossip and make it say that stuff. So she probably read somewhere about the swingers. So she brought that up. She probably read somewhere about a lot of people thought she was pregnant. So she sees this stuff. So what I'm saying is just because she might say some things that you guys have heard and oh my God, that might be true. Hello, it's all over YouTube, and Reddit and stuff. So she's going to have use some of the same gossip to tell her story for it to be believable, but I don't know if I believe about the whole swingers. What do you think, Jill?
I don't think so. I don't see Shanann being that type of person. Even if Chris was a little freaky behind the scenes, I don't see her doing that. I don't see her being that way. You never know because it's usually the ones you don't.
Yeah, no. I mean, I don't know. I think Shanann was a little bit more freaky than she came across. No, but I don't know. For some reason, I just don't think that they would be active in that. Maybe they did it prior, but with the kids, I just don't think they would. I don't know. I just don't see them doing it, at least in that time period, but not because I don't think Shanann's kind of, what's the word for her?
I don't think she would want the chance of it getting out.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So I don't think she would.
But I think she had like a little crazy side privately, like just things from the reading in her text to her friends that you wouldn't, just the way she was. But with sex, she had that dildo in her drawer and stuff. Yeah. I mean, she had things that you would be like, okay, maybe she's not so, what's the word for it? What's the word for somebody that's just, what is that word, guys? They always help me when I'm thinking of a word. Straight lace would be a word. Yeah, that could be that. But I'm thinking of more of like for a sex. I don't know. There's a word that goes along with that about that. But yeah, it all means the same. So yeah, I think I think she had. I'm not talking down upon her. Like that's awesome. I'm just saying that she's not as like. I don't look at that as a bad thing, is what I'm saying, as if she was, so don't look at it like I'm talking bad. I think it's awesome that she was like that. No, but I'm just saying for the swingers, I don't think I think even if they maybe, let's say they did it before they had kids, I just don't see it when they're trying to raise kids, bringing, that type of environment there. I just don't see that.
Right.
That at that moment, I don't say that she would never have considered it, but like, I just, I don't think that was going on then, to my personal opinion.
I don't think so either. I think you're right. And she also, at that point in her life, had a reputation that she had to build for her business as well. So she had to maintain, this certain lifestyle or for her work. And I can't imagine her taking that chance of ruining all that.
Yep, I agree. Hold on, let me do live chat here.
Okay, Kim, who is this Kim? Please tell me what's going on with this. Now, I watched some of her stuff. I don't think I finished one of the videos all the way through, but I watched quite a bit of them. So that's the Kim you said that they were talking about, correct?
No, wait, say that again. Who was talking about it?
Oh, during the jail conversations?
Oh, yeah. Cindy brought up, I guess she's in the chat, somebody said. So, hey, Kim, if you want to come up and talk. So,
now what's going on with this?
Okay, we played it last time, and like the first live after her video. Cindy had brought up Kim Kaufman in the audio in the phone calls, and how she.
I didn't know who it was.
Yeah, well, this is her. She has a channel out. It's called Chris. Well, let me see if I could find her. Well, I sent you the link. So, and she's basically changing the narrative, saying that Shanann did it, which I totally disagree with every single bit of me. And not because I'm not open-minded, it's because nothing to me points that way at all.
Listen, I'm embarrassed I guess I'd say I'm not really embarrassed, but I just haven't really wanted to put my thoughts out there too much on it, because like I said before, I can see faults on both sides where things were brewing to an ugliness. But I really do not think she killed her kids, and I don't think there's any evidence of it either. And I think that, sorry, Kim, I just don't agree. That I think that some of these things are being, maybe these facts are massaged or manipulated a little bit, but I don't see what she is trying to point out. The one thing, what was it that something she said, I'll think of it in a second. She made a good point on, though. And I'll have to think about it. I had to write stuff down because my mind is bad.
I have a question, Kim, if you're still in here. Did Chris, I know Chris said during the first confession, we know what he said during the first confession, but then the second and then the third, I consider Cato's book the third confession. I just consider that because it was like more of a kind of more added to the confession. But is Chris right now, current day, right now, when you talk to him, is he telling you that Shanann did it right now? I want to know. Is that what he's saying? Or are you just going back to that saying, well, this matches. I want to hear from you if he is saying that right now when you talk to him. Because you just talked to him the other day. Is that what he's saying? Not that I would believe it, but I want to know, because I almost don't believe that he's even saying that right now. I don't believe that. I think he wants to get out, and I think he wants to appeal, and he might get desperate, and that might be his only option. Right. But I think you guys are pushing it down his throat to do this. I don't think he wants to do it because he knows that Shanann didn't kill him. And I don't know. Man, I could be eating my words, and maybe that's what he's saying, but I still don't believe it because he's so desperate. He wants to get out now. I don't believe for a second she did it. So, okay. So one of her arguments is the whole, autopsy. Okay. But my point is if he strangled her on her bed and she was turned to the side, it would be the same difference. And of course, when he was describing it, when he's describing it the first time, he's going to describe the real scene in his head. So he's going to, if he says what side and how she was laying, that's probably how she was really laying in her bed. So yeah, the autopsy's got to match up. So I mean, that, to me, that doesn't mean that he killed her then. It means he could have killed her on her bed the same way. I mean, that's not proof to me. That's her biggest proof. And to me, that's not proof at all. All to me that's proof that he killed her. He knows how he killed her, and he described it that he killed her on the side. So I can picture it.
That's what I was going to say. That's what I was going to say. She made a good point on. She made a good point to kind of prove that Shanann was laying on her side when it happened.
I always thought she was on her side because the makeup on the pillow. I always pictured her head to the side, at least for sure. I always pictured that. Even if she was laying on her back, she could have been to the side. But I personally think she was freaking sleeping on her side, and he came and got her when she was sleeping. And he won't admit it because what a coward attacks somebody when they're vulnerable and sleeping like that. So he will not admit it. And I think that's what it was. She was sleeping on her side, and he came and got her. That's what I think.
I think he had her arms pinned. I think he had her arms pinned because
if she's sleeping on the side and he straddles her, she can't move. How can she move?
He pinned her arms with the legs. But my question now, Zav, I might be wrong, and I was going to look it up before this, but I didn't have time. Didn't he say that he could see that Bella was blue on the baby monitor?
Yeah. And if you look at the baby monitor at night, they all look kind of black and blue, like
but isn't that what he said? When he was downstairs, he saw he came up and he saw on the monitor that she looked blue. He
went to his room and he saw that she was brought out. He went to Cece's room. She was there. And that's another argument. You said that he only saw her from behind when either he had to have seen her from because the way Cece's room is set up, there's two doorways, and each door you would either come on head on and then her back would be facing the camera, or if her back is facing when you come in, her front would be facing the camera. So you can't have her facing back both ways. And you said that he described it that he saw her from behind both ways and couldn't see her hands. That's not possible because he would walk in either way. You can't do that. And there's no way. Besides that, he would have flipped on the lights. Are you kidding me? If he's walking in and something's going on, you just flip on the lights as you go in anyway. But I mean, that's another thing I feel like somebody would have done.
If that's the case, then that completely demolishes all of her work.
I showed the room the last time. I could show it again. I'll show it after we're done talking. Yeah, the two doorways, either you would go in and he would see her from the front, but then behind her, the camera would be behind, or he would come in and her back would be when he walks in, but then the camera would be from, in her front. So it's like he would see her hands either on the camera or from behind. And he said the way he described it isn't accurate with the way it is. So if you're saying it was dead, everything he described, that first confession was right because it all adds up. No, it doesn't. That doesn't make sense right there. It doesn't.
Yeah. I agree 100%. Yeah. She didn't kill those kids. He obviously killed those children. I mean, it's very obvious. And another thing, what about, I'm still a firm believer in that video that one of those children was running to him and he bent down and picked her up and put her in the trunk. So how do you explain that?
She explained that she said that this is what she said on the thing. Now, don't quote me the exact wording, but she said basically she never saw the shadow, and that if the shadow was really there, then why wasn't it in the discovery? But her whole argument is the discovery is biased and crap, and the law enforcement did a crappy job. But yet, when she needs it for her benefit, then it's like, oh, it's not in the discovery. But she said if they brought it up in the new trial, then she would look into it. But I saw it with my own eyes, and people are trying to say it was edited in by Armchair Detective. No, it's not. You get it straight from Weld County. And I'm not going to be sticking up for some, yeah, believe me, trust me. No, it was there from Weld County. And then a lot of people are trying to say, well, the neighbor edited it in. Why would he edit it in? I mean, that would make no sense. Let me edit it in a shadow. How would he know that there would be thousands of us studying this so closely that somebody would see a shadow? I mean, come on, you would edit it in something a little bit more.
B. Smith said the DA agreed with that the kids were alive.
Yeah, they did afterwards, after they saw the shadow. Yeah.
Right. It's just silly. It's silly to me. It really is. And I hate that. And I just feel sorry for everybody involved, man. It's such a bad situation. But I think that she's really just burning time, and she's not going to accomplish much with it because he's
the appeal. I think the whole motivation behind it is the appeal. So she wants to get a big following to get this, because the more chance you're going to have to get a new trial and get this, appealed is like a lot of followers. So maybe somebody, just the right person, believe in this situation, the right person with some power and money to help it out. So she's trying to get the ball rolling, like people like starting to believe it was Shanann, and oh my God, free Chris, new trial. That's what it's all about. I don't think it has anything to do with anybody. I don't know, but the thing is there's thousands of new people, that even old people, that do think that, and I just hope it's not going to snowball into this big thing where it's this huge group of people that think that she really killed her children when she loved those kids. Like, oh my God, are you kidding me? She was so protective over them. No, I don't.
God, I mean, I don't believe it. Well, my thing is why also, if he strangled her after he pulled her off of Cece, why didn't he wrap her in Cece's sheet? Why did he go get the sheet off of his bed and bring it back?
I know, exactly. That's another thing. Good point. Why go get that? Just wrap it. That would just be such a pain. Why take her? Yeah, you just wrap it in that sheet.
Put the bed in the other room real quick.
Makes no sense. Yep. Good point.
Yeah, there's a bunch of stuff that I don't agree with. Oh, and she thinks that that Coder and Lee had their mind made up that, Shanann had done it also. And I thought, no, because that's a technique of interrogation that they're using.
I know.
That's commonly done.
Mm-hmm. No, it is. Yeah, we talked about that too, the technique that they use and stuff. So, yeah, you're right, Jill. Yep.
Yeah.
And then another thing, like, where she talks about, like, the bloodshot eyes, and that he kind of took onto that story when it basically, she's trying to prove that for that second story, the second confession, that he was just kind of like led into that story by Tammy and Coder, and Baumhofer didn't really say much, but he kind of was led into that, like, because that's his personality. But then you have to use that same personality for that first confession, then, when that technique was purposely done to lead them into a situation. They are like professionals in what they did. So when they did that first confession, that was a purposefully done to lead them into this confession that was easier to admit. He needed something that for him would be easier to admit, that, oh, Shanann did it, or he was protecting Shanann. So they led him into that. So yeah, they did lead him into that. So then how are you saying that if he has that type of personality, that first one isn't led into like a made up story? Yeah. The second one too. I feel like there's still lies. There are still lies because he's a freaking liar. But the lie isn't that Shanann did it. The lies are just like little things that I think one of them is that he attacked her in her sleep, and he knows that would make him look like a coward. So there's little lies that don't add up. But I mean,
well, she brought up also that about Tammy Lee, about, she was too emotional, and, and I thought, what about Baumover? That man had to take time off work, and didn't he retire because of PTSD and stuff?
Yeah.
What about him? And she said that she thinks that they flew there to the prison for that interview because of Tammy. And I thought, why in the world would Baumover and Coder agree to fly out to Wisconsin with her to go through all that just because she wanted to personally do it? You know what I mean?
Oh, no.
I just don't see it happening. And then getting the state to pay for it. And it just seems so far-fetched to me, and without any proof to lead me to believe that it's not far-fetched.
No, I mean, yeah, I agree. So my notes real quick. What I wanted to add about that, for that thing I was just talking about the whole like leading into like a story, and about how the first one you think's real and the second one you think he just kind of like they let him into this, you know,
Right.
I don't even know what the proper wording, how to word it, but I wanted to say is, so how do we believe the second one? And then I agree, it's hard to believe anything he says. However, I feel like by the time of his second and third confession, he had nothing to lose at that time. His
Right.
need to lie about it didn't carry as much strength as it would have in his first confession. So by this time, he already took the plea deal, was spending the rest of his life behind bars. So whatever he said in that second and third confession wouldn't change his situation. So it would be less of a need to lie as much than the first one. He still thought he had some hope. You know, he didn't know what the outcome. Remember, even after he said it, he said, "What's going to happen, Dad? What's going to happen?" He still didn't realize he was spending the rest of his life in prison, because he thought, "Oh, maybe if I say, Shanann killed him and I protected him, maybe I won't have to go to prison." So he still didn't know. So he had way more to lie about in the first one than the second. He had nothing to lose in the second. So I think the second was way more true than the first. And I think a few things he lied is because it would make him look cowardly. I know a lot of you think NK, and it could be that too. Maybe others are involved. It could be stuff like that, but not that Shanann. I don't know. Go ahead though. Sorry, Jill. Hey, Megan, what's up?
Oh no, that's okay. I was going to say.
I'm sorry.
But,
no, I feel this.
I'm sitting here racking my brain, but yeah, and she said that everyone lied in the investigation. Why would they have to? There was a ton of evidence against this man. I mean, a ton of evidence against him. So why would they need to lie? And what did they lie about that was so crucial to turn this case completely around? I want to know what they lied about that was that crucial. You know what I mean? Are you stuck? Can you guys see me or hear me? Or is everything froze up? Is she the only one frozen? Oh, well, I guess, hey guys, I guess it's just me now. She'll come back. Sorry, I didn't know I was still on here. I saw myself moving on the screen, but I didn't know if you could hear me since it went through her to connect it. But good deal. You guys can see it. I don't know if she'll send me a text or what. But anyway, we were talking about Chris and all these different things that she points out, saying that it went the other way, the opposite of what we thought, that Shanann had done it. And I don't see her evidence of it at all. I see in some ways where I hate to say it, but it kind of seems like the facts are manipulated a little bit to fit, or I don't know if I should really say manipulated, but they were, put in there, cherry picked. Like I said earlier, it was cherry picking things to, form together to create, I don't know what's going to happen, but I just don't see him getting a new trial. I would be shocked if he did. Does anyone think that he will? I can't imagine or not another trial, but a trial. I can't imagine the state of Colorado paying for one.
Wow, were you still on the whole time, Jill?
Yes, I didn't know.
Good. I'm so happy. I don't know, Mom. Both my computers went off. So my internet just sometimes go down, I think, when they're doing updates, and it's always late. Anyway, go ahead, though.
Oh, no, you froze. And then I saw myself, I'm looking and I'm thinking, oh, well, since I went through you to get on it, I thought I'm probably frozen or off screen too, but I saw I was moving and I'm like, can you guys hear me or see me?
I'm glad you were. At least you were talking. So
yeah.
Well, I don't want to interrupt what you were saying, but I do have a question. I do have an answer to what she thinks they lied about. I know. I mean, if you from the videos, at least from her videos, and I watched that J for Justice live stream, so I don't know where I got what information. So I'm not sure if this was in her videos or if this was in the stream. But she says that she thinks they lie. First of all, they lied to Chris's parents about all this evidence that they had against him. They said when the DA met with them, and then also she said that after that first confession, after his first confession, they went and they released to the media that he confessed to killing all three of them when that was a lie because he never did. So I don't know. I don't know the story because I don't know what he said behind closed doors. So I don't know.
I don't know, but I don't know why. I was always under the assumption that he confessed and consequently, confessed to the girls as well, but never gave them a story. I don't know.
See, I don't know because I don't know what. Okay, somebody help me out here. Did the media come out that next day after that confession? Was it like that next day that they came out and said that he confessed to killing all three, or was it a couple days? I don't know. I can't remember.
I thought it was real soon after.
So does that mean, I don't know. So we don't know if after they, took him to a cell, did he confess by not telling him the story, but did he actually confess to more, but without just basically saying, yeah, I'll plead guilty, which means almost indirectly that, well, you're guilty, but another thing he brings up in that second confession that he told his lawyers the same story. So that makes me think that it's pretty much true. If he said way back after it first happened, that same story he was telling him at Dodge, then most of it is true, at least as far as Shanann not being involved. And, I think there's just some details that he could have left out, like maybe if NK knew anything about it and just stuff like that. But so I would love to get what that confession he made to his lawyers way back. I would love to hear that. Like, what changed? Was there anything that changed in it? Like, will we ever be able to see that, do you think, or no?
I don't know. I don't think so. I don't. But you were saying right before you went off that you thought that, what was it? Chris didn't know what something was and had to asked his dad about spending time in prison. That's what it was.
Yeah, remember after he did it, he goes, what's going to happen to me? Like,
he plays dumb. I think it works for him for some odd, crazy reason. The people around him don't make him accountable for his bullshit. But I think that's worked for him to that point. And that's what he uses because oddly enough, I had written down one of Kim's big highlights was the why that he asked Tammy Lee when she was telling him about a case of another murder that happened in the family about the kids and killing the siblings so they didn't not have each other, I believe it was.
Yeah.
And she thought that it was a big thing because he said, why? I think that was him playing dumb again. I think that was what works for Chris in a pinch, in a tight situation when he's called on something.
Wait, that would go against what she's saying, though.
Well,
to me, like the fact that he said why looks more that he's trying to like plan a lie about why Shanann would do. He's trying to like fish for some information of how he's going to tell the story.
That's true.
I didn't catch that part. How is she saying that goes with her theory? Can you explain what did she say? I don't get it.
Because she was explaining why the other child was killed so the siblings didn't have to live without each other.
Yeah.
And she was kind of, insinuating, hey, is that what you did? Trying to lead him out.
Yeah.
And she said that the other child was murdered too. And he said, why? And I think that was him.
I thought you were talking about Kim saying, did Kim bring this up?
Kim brought this up, and she thought the why was a big deal. Him saying,
I know, but why? That's what I don't understand. Why did she think it was a big deal?
I don't remember what her reasoning was on the why. If it was one of the, he loved his kids type thing.
I totally get why Tammy said it. Like that was totally that technique to show like oh, it's okay. He's a good guy. He just loved him so much. It was totally a technique to make it okay for him to admit what he did, so, and to kind of so he could kind of grasp that idea if he wanted to. And he would be viewed as, as a monster, suppose that they're trying to trick him, but yeah, that they do that all the time. That's what they do. That's the whole point of it. It's not, they're not your best friend. They're not there to be your mommy. They're there to catch murderers and trick you in any way they can to get the truth. I mean, that's the whole point.
Well, once they can lure him out with one murder and get him to admit to one, they've got him.
Yep, exactly.
They've got him. So
that's they're going to draw him out. It leads them to the bodies, which has evidence there, and then they can make a charge. And once they're already in their control, slowly you just start, admitting, and they already got you on one charge, so it's look how it happened. Look how it worked. You slowly get kind of accustomed. Okay, I'm in prison now. And you slowly feel okay about giving a little bit more, because that one thing isn't a huge step now. It's like these little baby steps to the truth where if you just say it from here to I killed my whole family, it's whoa. But if you slow it, well, I was protecting her. Now they already know I killed Shanann, so now it's just easier to kind of go with the steps. Yeah. So, I mean, I think they worked it beautifully. It worked exactly the way they wanted it to, and there's nothing wrong with that. But Jill, I wanted to ask you a question. I wrote down a couple questions in for the chat. So about Tammy. So do you think it was inappropriate that she watched Shanann's videos when she was missing?
No, not when she was missing. No.
Yeah,
because that's part of her job.
It's part of her job. Yeah. So do you blame her for that? Now, was it inappropriate for her to say some of the things she said on that interview?
Borderline, yes.
Yes, I agree with that. But was it inappropriate for her to feel that way? Can she help it? Wouldn't any normal person feel the way she felt? She just shouldn't have said it. So whether she said it or not, anybody's going to feel that way. She just screwed up by saying it. You're not going to take away her feeling that way. So the only difference that she made that somebody that did everything right should have is that they just didn't say it. You know what I'm saying? They've probably felt it. They felt it just like she did. Yeah, of course she's got to watch those videos. She's trying to find Shanann. She's trying to look for any clues of where she could be. It's not wrong that she watched it. She shouldn't have said that in the interview. No, I agree. But should she have felt that way? Yeah, she's human. So
that's what they run off of too, is their instincts. And those are primal, kind of like your feelings. You cannot help that. So that's a gray area with her job anyway. I mean, again, my example, look at Balmover. He suffered just as well as she did, and I'm sure Coder too. He's just more silent about it, maybe.
I can't find Coder anywhere. I've tried to look him up. I tried to Google him. Why can't I find anything about him?
I don't know. I've looked myself and I can't either.
I know. It's like he's mysterious. Wonder if he retired or something. Man, this case.
That's maybe why we didn't, because he hasn't.
Oh, good point. Yeah. Okay. Well, no, because Tammy Lee, we were able to. I could find stuff about Tammy though. I don't know. I'll have to look into it a little bit more. Maybe we'll have to dig in. But I just did a quick search one day, and last week I was just trying to I don't know, just curious, and I couldn't find anything about him. But
I did it a long time ago, and I couldn't find anything either. But I'm wondering, I don't know. Maybe he's never really gotten on social media and left much of a digital footprint.
Which is good for FBI. Yeah.
Because there's some of my friends don't have Facebook, Twitter, nothing like that. They've never had any kind of social media accounts.
No, I mean, the entire case was. Let me see some of the chat. Thanks for coming on, Jill. You're back, girl. You got to start putting some videos out.
I am. Trust me, I am. And it's burning inside of me. I'm dying to get it done tonight. I read somebody's comment in the chat, and they said that that I sounded like the woman that made the videos. And the anonymous woman that made the videos, I'm like, oh my God.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Who said that? Somebody in chat.
I don't know. Yeah. Said that I sounded exactly like her to go watch the videos.
Wow. So wait, I'm curious. Everybody in the chat that got to see that, and lady pretending to be NK's cousin, do a thumbs up. And if you didn't, do a thumbs down. I'm just curious how many people actually seen it. Because if she didn't take her channel down, I was going to tell you guys, please do not support this girl. You guys don't understand. Quit watching her videos. Like it's, no, I guess I shouldn't be saying that, but it's just, that was so wrong what she did. She should be reported. To pretend to be somebody else. Like, I don't know. I just think that was wrong. I was waiting though. I'm surprised it took this long for somebody to do that. I was wondering, out of all these trolls, why isn't anybody pretending out of all these trolls? I'm just surprised that, just think about it, that it took this long for somebody to pretend to know her. You know what I'm saying? Because nobody knows her. So anybody could say anything and nobody could refute it because nobody is coming out that actually knows her, that we know for sure. You've had people in chat that'll be like, oh, I know her, but nobody's able to prove it. I feel like, you always doubt people when they say, oh, I'm her cousin or I'm this. But I mean, maybe some of these people in the chat could be, but yeah, that girl with that channel, I'd be willing to bet a lot of money that she had no relation to NK.
Exactly. And she has been this successful at staying hidden to this point to make this her hello to the world, send this cousin out. I don't see that happening. Not all the time and effort she put into hiding. I don't see this being her debut.
I totally agree. I'm going to slow the chat down. I'll slow the chat down, guys. Sorry. I just saw your messages. Good girl. We got a lot of people in here.
I agree,
Jill. Everybody go check Jill's channel out. Hold on. How do I do this? Hold on a second, please. I hope I can find it. I just found it the other day. Remember, I couldn't find it for a while, and then I saw it. Okay, there we go. Enable slow chat. I don't know. 60 seconds is kind of long between it, because then I'll have people saying, oh my God, I can't type, because then you have to wait like 60 seconds between each one. So maybe 30 seconds, you think?
I don't know what the settings are on it.
You could put whatever you want. Just how many seconds in between each chat, guys? Do you have any recommendations?
I don't know.
How many guys? I don't want to do it too slow. I'll do 25 and then let me know if it's okay.
A lot of people haven't seen any of those videos. I'm glad you told me to go and take a look at them before they were taken down.
I know, me too. Oh wait, I missed the thumbs up. Hold on, I forgot. I told people to. Okay, let me go back up. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm like so passionate about this. Like this, I don't know. That just made me so mad when I saw somebody pretending. It just got me so mad. And then the fact when somebody's blaming Shanian. And this is not personal. If Kim, you're still in the chat. You could be a wonderful person. I'm not. This is nothing personal. I just don't agree with your theory. And I know sometimes it might come across like I'm yelling and I'm mad. This is just passionate. Like sometimes my family like, oh, you mad? I'm like, no, I'm not mad. It's just like when I get passionate, not even mad at all. Like when I'm debating, sometimes it looks like I might be mad, but I'm not. I get the same I'm just passionate about my opinion, and I guess it is kind of angry that I don't think Shanian did it, but I'm not mad at the person. I'm just mad at the theory because I don't believe it for 1 second. But that's two different things. I mean, you could believe something, you could still be a good person, but I'm mad at that theory. Yeah, I guess, because I no way Shanian did it. I'm not mad at
her theory. Everyone deserves their own opinion. And her opinion is what it is. I just happen to not agree with it. It's nothing personal because I don't know her to make a personal call by all means, but I don't agree. That's all it is. I just don't agree with her opinion on it.
Yeah, I guess I shouldn't say I'm mad. I'm just like, you're just like, I don't agree so strongly that I'm just like, so like, oh, I know.
Yeah, right. I understand what you're saying. And it's not really quite an anger. It's just kind of like a burning passion, for the situation in the topic. But no, I don't see Chris Watts ever leaving prison. I hate to say that he would never get a trial because look at Scott Peterson now, who in the world would have ever thought? I wouldn't have. And so anything can happen.
So that's another thing. Somebody said, who's interested? I'm interested in the theories of NK's channel. So basically the theories was just basically that Chris killed everybody. She said that he taught, that NK talks to Chris. Chris killed his whole family. He doesn't know why. He can't explain why, but he killed everybody. And that it's just like, oh, because, he loves NK. He can't tell her why he did it. He doesn't know why, basically, that he felt like he was possessed or whatever. But remember, this girl, I strongly agree that she's not NK's cousin. This is just what she was saying. And what else? What did you just say though? Just a minute ago, because it was about, I wanted to relate that about something that NK's cousin said.
About the trial?
The trial. She said this kind of was interesting though. In one of the chats, because somebody sent me messages that they were going around channels messaging. She said that, it was almost like that she was saying that NK kind of, the reason she's coming out now is because she's scared because that there might be a new trial. So she wants to tell her side. So you're going to come out without a lawyer. You're so scared of this new trial. You're going to have your cousin come out saying that you robbed her house without a lawyer, saying you broke into her house, you're on drugs, and that you sleep around and you're on swingers websites. Yeah, that's something that you tried so hard because you wanted to cover up text messages that possibly could be like sexual type stuff, that like she's embarrassed, naked pictures, stuff like that. And you're going to have your cousin go out and tell him, oh, she's out with different guys all the time. She's swingers. She robs the house. Like, she's going to be okay with that? No, she can have a lawyer. I'm sorry.
It's even more unbelievable to me. That just adds a touch on it to make it even more unbelievable to me. So I wanted to ask you, you said earlier, I believe I heard about a conversation or a recording that this Kim had put out.
We didn't even talk about that yet.
I haven't watched it. I haven't watched it yet.
It's her newest video. It's only 42 seconds. Kate Chloe, can you, let me, hold on. I'll send you a link. I'll put a link up if you guys want to hear it. Go listen to it real quick. Because I wanted to know your thoughts on that real quick. Not necessarily, just your thoughts. I'm not going to say anything. Just go watch it and then let me know. Hold on. Let me get it.
What's the name of the channel again?
It's Chris Watts Revelation and the Reckoning. So I'm going to put the link up here too, though, to that video. It's 44 seconds long.
Oh, good. It's not long.
Yeah, okay. So you guys could go over there and watch it, and then I want to know what you guys think about it. Okay, let me go back to my channel and put the link on. I'll post it a couple times in chat so you guys could see it. And then I'm really gonna pay attention to chat right now. So I might not say much right now because I want to see what everybody's thinking when they listen to it. I keep posting the link a couple times. That's the actual link to the video. Oh, that's another thing that they said. They said that, okay, her aunt left a message. She left another comment somewhere. Her aunt, this was supposedly her aunt, under her channel. It said that NK and her daughter were raised by NK's dad while she was in jail. And basically both of them, the NK was a bad influence on her. Okay. So NK was a bad influence because there's like 10 years apart. I think she said when she got out of prison, the aunt supposedly got out of prison, NK was 23 and the cousin was 13. I think she said 13. Wow, that seems young now. But she said they were all running around with guys, and NK was just a bad influence on her, like having her run around with a bunch of different guys. And it was NK's dad that raised them both. So you're telling me NK is okay with you saying all this stuff? If this is promoting NK, this is the stupidest way to promote her. This is the dumbest way to promote her, saying she's a bad influence on my daughter. She's running around with all these guys. And are you kidding me? She is tried so hard to be so private. You guys think about this for a minute. That makes no sense.
I agree 100%. It's silly, actually. And it's silly. I just think it's crazy. I just listened to this recording. Now, are they saying that when he was interviewed that he didn't have to sign anything, and they recorded him without him knowing. Is that what she?
At Dodge, when they went to Dodge and interviewed him, the second interview, the second confession. How they came, they were in plain clothes. He didn't know they audio recorded it. She told him how they released the audio. But my question is, and I'm not saying this for sure, but to me, it almost doesn't even sound like Chris in a way. Like I want a little bit
for a picture that day for them.
Yeah, no, I know, but remember they said, wait. They did tell him they were going to release it. They just said they would wait until he tells his parents. Remember, they said, "Can you wait till you tell your parents?" That's bull crap. Yeah. I just remember that. Yeah. So he knew they were going to release it. They just said they would wait, and they did lie about that. That was wrong, though.
Take a picture of him. Why wouldn't he let them record it? And he didn't have any problem with them recording it before, other than him saying, "Are you going to leave this in here?" Talking about the recorder in the interview room when Lee and Coder left him with his dad. That's the only time he made mention of it. So he obviously didn't have a problem with it, and he didn't assume that they would be taking notes or something. They would just remember all this and go home. And he agreed to a picture. I think he would have easily, because everyone knows how he is from all of this, he would have easily signed the papers, just like he did when the police were walking up with the dogs and stuff, and they handed him the paperwork, and he signed it right there in the road, didn't even take it in the house, and gave it to him. So, yeah, I don't see Chris growing a backbone in just that moment, and then it left him again, and then no, I don't believe that.
So I remember hearing that too. He was just mad. I know he was mad about that interview because they did release it before he told his parents. That was wrong. They did, remember? He didn't tell his parents, but maybe they gave him a lot of time and he just didn't. How long are you going to give him? I think he said when they were going to come up and visit, but I don't know if they ended up coming up and visiting at that time that they were supposed to. So they didn't wait. So they did kind of break that promise, but they don't owe him anything.
Exactly. He didn't have to sit there and talk to them. And they made that very clear to him that it was just, more of like a close the case up in our head type thing and get it all straightened out. I'm just
they took a video too. If you read the transcripts, I actually got it sent from it wasn't Weld County. It's the county, I forget what the county is from Dodge. You requested it when it happened. That's where I requested the audio when I got the recording, the recording of it. You requested from them and they give you a transcript, and they had a video of it, but they never released the video. So I don't know if maybe there's technical difficulties and maybe it didn't come out or something. Maybe they thought it was recording, something happened, or they just didn't release it, but they had a video and an audio.
So he didn't know he was being recorded on video either, supposedly.
I think they said it. No, they said how did they say covert audio or covert video? They used a word like it was like hidden. So like maybe it wasn't wasn't so like obvious that they had it. But like you bring up a good point. Everything is recorded anyway in those prisons. Yeah, they tell you when you're in prison, they tell you even when you talk like amongst people, like you could be like you gotta watch like everything you say.
And he knew he did not have to talk to them, and he knew there were not going to be any more charges filed on him and stuff. So it wasn't, I guess, 100. I don't know how to say that. I just think that he knew they came there to tie a bow on their stuff. He knew that he couldn't be in any more trouble or be charged with anything else. And he knew it was more of a social visit, like is what I'm trying to say. It was more of a social, it wasn't still investigating is what I mean. And so he knew the investigation was closed. And I just don't believe that. And if it did happen, I don't see him saying anything about it. Zav, I don't.
I wanted to ask you what it was the other one that somebody said. Hold on. Oh yeah. So I don't know. I'm not claiming that she doesn't talk to him because I 100% think she talks to the Watts family, like Cindy, because Cindy mentions her, and I 100% thinks that she has talked to Chris before. Like obviously the mom talks about her, so obviously she has. But why doesn't that sound like him? And why is it like it's almost like sounds like somebody's talking real quick to like hurry up and get it over with, like so like people can't really hear exactly. But maybe it is him, regardless. But why not play the whole thing so we could really hear it? That's why I'm confused. But I'm not denying that she talks. I just want to clear that up. I do think she probably does. I don't know. I really don't think though that he is telling her that Shanann did it. She's just going off that first thing in her opinion. I don't think he's saying, yep, Shanann did it. I don't think that came up again. I think that's all them pushing it. Cindy, the Watts family, and Kim are pushing it down his throat. I don't think he's agreeing to it. I really don't, Jill. I think it's all them. I don't think
so either. I really don't think he is, because he's even told his mother, don't say anything bad about her, type thing. She's gone, and I don't want people's last memory of her to be something ugly. So I don't see that.
So do you think that is him in that call? Why doesn't that sound like him though to me almost? A parts of it do, but then a part of it sounds like it could be somebody pretending. But I don't want to make that. I'm not going to accuse anybody of that. It just sounds weird. I wish we could hear more of it so we could really hear,
I listened to it once and I didn't get to hear it all very well. I could hear it, but I couldn't, hear his voice very well because I didn't want to turn it up real loud to where it would interrupt. But I'll listen to it again because I'm curious to look at it now or, hear it again to see if I can hear what you're talking about. Like someone trying to disguise it possibly.
I think that's what but I'm not saying that for sure. It kind of doesn't sound like him in a way, but then it kind of does. So my question is just why not play the whole call? Why only play 44 seconds? Let's hear the whole thing.
I want people to come back tomorrow.
But we've waited for some proof just for so long. But like I said, I do think she is definitely in contact with the Watts family, and they're working. They're probably working on Chris to agree to this whole blaming of Shanann.
That just bothers me so bad because I've always felt so sorry for that family, and I wish they would just quit. My God, they've got to know he did this. They have to know deep in their heart.
I don't know. You know what though, Jill? I honestly think that the Watts do legitimately, sincerely believe that Shanann did it. I feel like they do. I don't feel like it's just a thing they're putting up. I don't know why. I just feel like at least a big part of them. Maybe they're in denial. Maybe you have that part of denial where they think that's what they feel. They're just in that denial to admit that their son did something so horrible. But they're not aware of that denial. So to them, you know what I'm saying? They do feel like Shanann did it because they're not aware that they're in that denial. They need to go get some therapy maybe, and you just, be able to admit it. And there's probably going to be a lot of emotions that come up to admit, that your son did this. They just need to get it out. And it's just I feel like all this repression. And so, I think at their stage right now, because everything's so balled up inside that they do believe it, Shanann, I think, I just think they need some therapy and it'll all come out and they'll be able to admit it. But right now, I just think,
And, one thing that Chris said that was 100% true for the first time was when he was talking about the relationship between his parents and Shanann, and said that he wished that he would have taken a little bit more time to fix that. And I think that would have made a huge difference in him. In their marriage and their relationship with his parents and visiting and everything else. And he should have done that. I think he rode the fence a lot between the two because he didn't have the nerve to voice his actual opinion and fall to one side of the fence. So he rode the fence with both of them, telling each one, oh, sweetheart, that type thing. So I think he, in his avoidance with it, fueled the fire, sadly enough.
That's true. No, you're right. It did fuel the fire. Definitely. That's all it did by sitting there in the middle. He thought it was just staying neutral. He thought it was going to calm the fire, but it didn't. It did the opposite. You're right. You're right. No, I don't know, Stephanie. It probably was him because she has too much. Because if she puts something out that's fake and then the Watts or somebody comes out and says, well, no, wait a minute, though. Chris can't come out. He's in prison. So only person that would refute it would be Chris because the family, if they're going along with this, they're not going to say she's lying. But No, I mean, it probably most likely is him.
She does have the, like a bunch of stuff he'd written to her.
Yeah, so it probably is. It just doesn't. I
Right.
wish you would just play the whole thing. That's all, so we could listen to all of it.
Right.
And it's because the part she plays, he talks so quick and it's so muffled that people are doubting it. So my advice to you, Kim, is to play a little bit more of it where people can really hear that it really is him. Because the part that you played, I could see how people would be like, I don't know if that's him. They'd be doubting it's him because you played a really bad part. I know the whole point is what he said. You were trying to show that, oh, he didn't know, and they came in. I know I kind of could see where you're going with this whole thing with the confession, because you've been talking about the first confession, and that's your whole theory and your whole evidence of the two confessions. But I just think that just play more just to show us that it's him. Not for what he says, but just to prove to everybody that it's him.
Right.
Because you just played a part that I could just see how people could be like, gosh, I don't know, that could be him, but maybe not. So, but I don't want it to get out that I'm saying it's fake, because how do I know? And I do believe she does talk to him. So yeah.
Yeah, I believe she does too. I just think that, I don't know. My thing is, though, and this goes back to Chris not having a backbone again. My thing is, if he knows he did it and Shanann didn't, like he has said in the past, why isn't he telling her the same thing he told his mother? Stop. Don't say anything bad about her.
Yeah. Look, this is Kim right here. So I'm confused, Kim. If you're saying he still doesn't want people bashing her, but isn't your whole theory that she killed him?
Yeah.
Can you explain that? I didn't mean to interrupt you, but that's what she was just saying. How crazy. Perfect time for what you said.
Scary.
So are you saying he's just that much of a good guy that he's just gonna take the heat? Oh, don't bash her, even though he killed my kids, and I'm going down for it. But please don't bash her still. No, it's because she didn't kill him.
You can say that she killed the kids, but don't bash her. What? That's.
I know. I
don't get it. Those are two totally different things. I don't understand.
I don't either. Anyway, so Kim, so you're here. Will you play more of the audio just to show people? Because I do believe you really talked to him. I do. I mean, I've never doubted it, because your name, they talk about you in the audio from the beginning. But will you just play more so at least you prove? Because there are a lot of people that are doubting that you're even talking to him. I'm not one of them, because I never doubted that you did, but there are a lot. So just to show, I mean, it would help. I mean, I'm just giving you advice just to play a little bit more to prove that that's really him. If you want, I mean, I don't know. It's just my advice to you. What's that?
Why bits and pieces too?
I don't know.
I don't understand, like a 44-second video. Why just little bits and pieces?
No, I don't think that's true. I mean, probably maybe than the detectives, but same with all of us. I know Jill knows the discovery like the back of her hand. We all do. There's so many of us creators and even non-creators that know it more than detectives, because they don't have the manpower to go through like each case. You know what I'm saying? They're not going to do it like we got so into this case so we went through every little video and every little part of the discovery and looked into it. So yeah, Kim, but so do we all too. I mean, we all know a lot about this case, a lot of people. So, not just her,
Okay. Yeah. Has she written in the chat yet? I haven't looked.
No, I don't see. Not yet. Oh, wow. Oh, Maxine, what's up?
I haven't looked at the chat. I haven't even been on except for just
a few seconds before started. Man, I'm so mad I missed your thing. I was up early yesterday I had an appointment, so I was actually, because usually I'm like a night owl, I stay up real late, but the night before I actually went to bed early because I had to get up early. So then last night I tried to make it, and I just ended up passing out. I was laying in my bed, I was just going to try to stay awake, and I thought I set an alarm, but it never, I guess it either didn't go off, or when you're so tired that you turn it off and you don't even remember. But that would have been like 5 a.m. my time, and I was so disappointed that I missed it. I was looking forward to actually being there live. He went to the Watts house.
Oh, okay. That's the one you said that you were doing. That was it yesterday?
Yeah, because I had him on. Go check out our interview. I had him on. When was it? I don't know. A few days ago, last week. I think it was like maybe 3 or 4 or 5 days ago. I don't even know. My timing is horrible. Probably last week. And he went last night. He went to the Watts house for the 3 a.m. You know how they say, like, paranormal spirits, they're more active at 3 a.m.
Mm-hmm.
He went there. He's been there multiple times, and he has his like equipment for like paranormal stuff. And he went there at 3 a.m. last night. So yeah,
cool. I bet that was neat.
You have to check it out.
Yeah, I think it's definitely choppy and clipped together too. I would just like to hear more of it. I don't understand the bits and pieces. What point there is to that other than, I don't know.
I know. I mean, I think it's because she's setting it up how, well, they lied to him. They came in and therefore, then maybe, then it's going to go like, oh, he was mad at him. Therefore, he lied about the confession. It was just all made up. The second confession. You know what I'm saying? Because she's claiming that theory is just made up, and they kind of fed it to him, and he kind of went along with it. So I think by showing that little clip where first of all, they lied to him about the audio, but that would show you that if you didn't think you would think, I don't know. I'm not even going to try to explain this.
Anytime he has a visitor, he knows it's going to be recorded, right? Anytime he has a visitor.
Yeah.
So why would he think that he was not going to be recorded for the first time ever with a visitor in prison? Why would he think that? What would make him think that craziness? I mean, that's silly. So, but maybe, I mean, I don't know. He doesn't think like the average bear, so maybe he did assume he wasn't on camera. I don't know. I would just assume if I was in a prisoner as an inmate, any visitor I had, it was going to be recorded.
No, yeah, they even tell you. Usually there were signs. I know there were like signs posted even to warn you, and then when you make phone calls, it warns you, like, because they have to protect them. Like, they have to make you aware that So no, they would have had to have told him that they were recording him, because you have to know that, and it's probably maybe they didn't have to if there's a huge sign in that room that says anything you say is recorded, so it could be used against you. It says it on the signs everywhere.
Exactly. So why in the world he thought for the very first time he was going to have visitors and not be recorded is beyond my thinking.
What? Yeah, no, I know. So that's just, I think that's stupid to even think that we're stupid enough to think that he didn't know it was recorded. But I don't get what you're saying.
He's saying that it's risky of Kim to go on YouTube and, accidentally, I think, ruin a case. And she's glad that we are, talking on the opposing end of it and get rid of trolls.
Okay.
That's the way I took it. I don't know.
Okay, no, I didn't know if she was referring to like,
sorry, good
them or us, but yeah, you're probably right. You're probably right. Thanks for the super chat. Oh, they said Kim responded. Let me see. Sorry, sometimes I don't see anything. Really? I don't see it, and it only lets me go up so far. Do you want me to even put the chat on slower? I slowed it down. Do you guys want it slower?
I don't know why, but I can't see the chat.
Wait, are you are you on your phone, or what are you on right now?
I'm on my laptop right now.
Look at you're on StreamYard on laptop. You see to the it'll be to the right. You see the comments. It says comments. Click on that.
Yeah. I finally found it. I had it on private chat.
Oh, that's for us if we wanted to chat privately. I just remember we don't. Yeah, if you want to chat privately, but then I never look on that one, but I should, for like something if I'm talking and I need to tell you something, or Okay, so let me see if I could find the response. I don't see it, guys. She does have Zavs. She does
so
that.
weird hearing my own voice playback. Why do you sound weird to yourself?
Wait, I sound weird?
No, I had my phone on, didn't realize it was on low, and I could hear my own voice echoing. And I'm like, oh God, I can hear my own voice. It sounds terrible. Sounds weird.
Okay, I'm trying to find. Hold on. You could talk, Joe, if you want. I'm going to try to find this if you don't mind. Because people are saying things, but I don't see anything. Hold on, guys. Let me just look.
Saying she said she would like to come on and answer questions.
I know. I'm trying to find it.
I know. I'm looking.
Okay. I would need your email to send you an invite. You could email me. Let me think how to do this, because I know you probably don't want to add it right now in front of. Unless if you have it linked. I mean, because mine's. I mean, I. Do you want to give me the email here, or do you want to email me the email?
Did you find it?
Yeah, I found it.
Oh, good.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks. Oh, Grandma responded too. Okay. Oh wait, I put up the same one. Hold on, she did a new one. Oh my gosh, where did it go? Oh, here it is. Okay.
Yeah, I think that's the one I just read. Yeah, I just read that one.
Oh, okay. So Jen said she'll be playing a lot more. Good. That was yeah. I think you should, just so to clear it up, because for people that are doubting that it's really him.
Right.
But it's still not going to change my mind into thinking Shanann did it. But at least people, some, who knows. But that's just my advice, because a lot of people are even doubting that you talk to them. So.
Right. Can I take a 2-second break before we get into this?
Yeah, go ahead. You better come back.
Oh, I'm going to leave my computer on. I'll be right back.
Oh, okay.
For a second.
Okay, Cole, if she gets an email, will you email me it, since I'm missing some? Do you guys want me to slow the chat down more? Nobody answered. It's on 25 seconds. So every 25 seconds you could chat. But I don't want to annoy you guys and put it on too high, where sometimes people don't like it when it's really high. So let me know. Oh, Tina, it's Jill, the private investigator. She has her own channel. We can leave a link. That's weird. My comments on my StreamYard are so much different, at a different spot than the YouTube ones. It's like I'm reading two different chats. I don't know. No, I know. I see G-Dubs. I'm just looking for her email now, because I got to send her email, because you send it through email. I don't like putting the request on a live, especially with over 1,000 people. I'd rather put it on an email. That's how I always send them. It's safer that way. Yeah, I know. Common unique. It's the shadow, right? Yeah, I actually did a video on the shadow too. Definitely. I mean, I see the shadow 100%. So yeah. I know. I believe that. I do believe that they were alive when he left the house. Yeah, I believe they were. Okay, you don't think? Shoot, I have some people saying they do and some people don't. What, should I or shouldn't I? I don't know, guys.
Hey, I'll be right back in just a second. I heard you talking in the other room. Don't let me forget. I wanted to comment on that about both of them being alive.
Oh, okay. Okay. Both of them being alive. You guys help me remember that too. Sometimes my memory. All sincere to subscribe to you, Jill, if you could hear me. I don't know. K-Clo, just email me if she leaves an email. Or text me if she leaves an email, and then I'll send her a link. Okay, guys? So I'll just wait. But we're slow chat at edge so you can read. Okay, I'll slow it to at least 30 seconds, and then hopefully you guys won't get annoyed. I know sometimes people be like, it's too slow. So what's going to happen is you could only text a message every 30 seconds. I'll do 35 seconds. So don't think anything's wrong. It's just that's how they slow the chat down. So hold on. Let me do that real quick. So yeah, K-Clo, email or text me if Kim, because now I'm not looking at the chat right now because I'm going to slow the chat. I don't know. K-Clo is still in the chat, right?
Okay. You know what I was going to say?
Yeah. What? Yeah.
I believe that at least one child was definitely alive because of the shadows. But I've questioned sometimes whether Cece was alive.
Really?
Because he always, I think I've said this before, he always talks about Bella, what Bella did, what Bella said, and what happened to Bella. And you don't hear him speaking about Cece except for, one time I think, and I don't even remember, it wasn't anything, very big, but it just seemed like he was always speaking about Bella. Bella started to whimper and cry, and it was always her, and I didn't hear him say much about Cece, and it made me think, uh-oh, was she alive? Because she had worse breathing problems to begin with. And I don't think it would have been hard to suffocate that little thing with her breathing trouble. So I've questioned whether she was alive or not, but I definitely believe that Bella was alive.
See, I should have, right when I stopped covering the case, I had a couple other video ideas in mind, and I never finished them because I quit. I was just like, I'm done with it for right now.
Mm-hmm.
But there was 2 videos that I wanted to do. Well, possibly 3, but 2 of them for sure. But then I just didn't do them. And one of them was going through where I think I have it figured out, at least in my opinion, because I was trying to figure out when Cece would have came out. Like if whoever was the other shadow, which I think Bella was the shadow walking. So I was trying to figure out, okay, when would Cece have came out, and when did he take Shanann to the car? And I think I figured it out because there's a part I struggled for a minute because like if he opened the door when he was holding Cece. So I think he did open the door when he was holding Cece. I'm going to do a video on that where I think he's holding her. He brings her out. He opens the door, puts her in. It's right before, and then Bella comes and he puts her in. So I think he walks out first with Cece, but I'll show you why. Like I'll zoom in and I'll do a video on that and show you like what I'm seeing and see if you guys see the same thing.
Please do, because I think you are talking about pretty much the same thing that I saw as well. In that
okay part. Yeah, all right, yeah. Cool. We should do a collab. I wish we could somehow, I wish you just lived by us and we could like edit together and after death very good. Okay, yeah, I've heard that. A lot of people say that too. Yeah. Okay, so hold on, let me find the email.
Yeah, I don't think it was very long at all.
Okay, hold on a second. Shoot, I just set up my Proton mail, so I have to find the password and stuff. But I got a new mail that's like encrypted, so it's more safe.
Did you get her on?
Yeah, but she emailed this, which is good but it might take me a minute to get this email out. Hold on. So just talk. She's coming on, so you got to help me with the interview or with asking her stuff. I know I'm going to forget things. Like, gosh, I hope I remember everything I wanted to ask, like from previous things. All right, hold on a second. No, you don't have to hold on, Jill. You could talk.
No, I meant that you were getting. Or what was it you said? Now I forgot. This is not going well.
All right. I'm going to my mail. I haven't really used it much yet, but I changed all my stuff. So yeah, you guys, I have a new email I'm using just for my security. I'm silly. What did you think about that comment though that Jenny May said?
About?
I had it up. Hold on. This one. Well, yeah, that one. I don't know.
About that, I agree with her. It probably would have created a problem. And man, I don't know. I don't want to go into gory details, but when you think I've had, I mean, my kids, when they were little, I picked them up by their hands before, like when they walk up my legs, hold their hands and let them do it. And so you got to think the weight kind of shifts and comes down. And then when the breath is gone from the body, the chest cavity is going to cave in the stomach, the abdomen will cave some. So, and plus being held up in the body, elongating with the weight, I think that it made for an uncomfortable but a fit, you know?
Yeah. No, I agree. All right, hold on, guys.
Setting something up here.
Yeah, I'm gonna send her an invite so she could come. I have never used this email, so hold on, it takes me a minute. I'm figuring out how to reply. Okay, so let me get the link real quick. Hold on a second.
Okay.
Oh wait, so that
I have a few things I've written down that that I either had questions about or didn't make sense to me. I guess I just had a hard time following maybe what she was saying. I'm not sure.
Yeah, ask anything. Yeah.
So
make sure you ask, because I know I'm going to forget things. That's the thing. I know I'm going to forget so much stuff. That's what I always do on live. I'm just like so scattered sometimes that I'm going to forget everything I wanted to ask. Watch me freeze. So that's why I'm glad I have you to back me up if I forget some stuff. Not back me up, but to help me remember things.
Right. I got you.
All right. So I sent her a link right now. It's sending. Okay. Message sent. All right, guys. Hopefully that works, and we'll wait for her to come backstage. All right. So while we're waiting, I should jot down. Oh, why don't you guys, give me some ideas if you want me to ask anything, guys. Yeah. I'll write them down or something here. Actually, I should type them.
Any questions anybody has?
Yeah, here, I'm going to bring up a Word document because I type faster than I write. And then if I see a chat, I could see if you see any, Jill, like any questions.
Okay. Somebody asked who gave Chris Watts the idea of throwing their bodies in the tanks. That's true.
Okay, so I have my Word document. If you guys come up with any questions, let me know. Or any mods, if you guys see any, let me know so I could type them out real quick. Because it's just going to help, because I get so, all over the place that I don't want to like miss a lot of good questions that we want to ask her. Okay, so why did Chris Potts put him in there?
And plus, I'm sure that more questions will come to me as we go along as well.
Oh, wow. She's here already.
All right. Good deal. When was the first time she spoke to him?
Yeah, that's a good question. Okay. Are you there?
And when did she start speaking with Cindy is another.
Okay. So, yeah. Hey, Kim. Welcome.
Hey, how are you? Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, thanks for coming on.
Of course.
So I guess we'll start at the beginning. That's where those first questions you just said, Jill. You said when did you first talk to Chris?
When did I first talk to Chris or his family?
Well, I guess who did you talk to first? His family?
His family. Yeah, in the very beginning. My family's from Colorado in that area, and I know a lot about Weld County, and I started talking to them immediately.
I mean, what made you reached out to like the Watts,
Cindy.
like Cindy? Okay.
Mm-hmm. Just because I'd already heard from people that live in that area after the second day, when they had someone had released from the jail that Chris's actual confession that he walked in on Shanann hurting Cece, that was released into a chat like that night that Chris had confessed. But the news that night, Tammy and Coder released to the news he had confessed to killing his whole family. And so instantly I was like, uh-oh, that's not good. Something's going on.
Yeah, I mean, I see that. That's one point that I do see that you bring up. If he didn't really confess to killing his whole family, but was that a point where he at least said he was going to plead guilty by that point, or no?
Nuh-uh. Nope. So he had asked to speak to his dad. Like, they knew that his dad was coming out there. And Chris just kept saying, I want to speak with my dad first. I want to speak with my dad first. And I think that was kind of, if you watch I broke down the last 30 minutes of his confession in there, because I heard you mention, and you guys can, I know you're saying like, I don't want to freeze and forget to ask her questions. You can ask me as questions as you want. You can email me later. I'll come back on and talk about it, because I think the sad thing is people don't really know a lot of what happened in the beginning and why things have transpired the way they have. But he wanted to speak with his dad. His dad got there, and there's been a lot of misconception about Chris telling his dad about Nicole Kessinger or confessing to him in the car. No, as a matter of fact, the only thing that Chris had said to his dad, besides their just little chit chat stuff, was he wished he would have gone to the game that night. And at the time, Ronnie didn't know what he was talking about, but now clearly we do. But he wanted to talk to his dad, and he took his dad to the jail, and they sat him out in another room for hours. And they're like, Chris was just like, why is my dad not coming in here? Like, and I think what's been talked about is they just needed a longer history of dishonesty from Chris, because they knew, as they have said, and I heard you talk about earlier, they had interview tactics with him. Obviously, they're trained at what they do. And so the problem, and I'll kind of clear that up real quick, is when Tammy, of course, when you're an investigator in a crime, you are going to look at everything. You're supposed to dive in, but you're supposed to try to not, you may think it, like you mentioned, have all these emotional opinions, but it's not supposed to affect the way you investigate a situation. And so in that Oxygen special that I talk about, she mentions that she started to look into Shanann's Facebook and started to have this emotional connection with the victims. And then she said specifically Shanann. She goes on to talk about her being Italian or whatever. And then she says, as they were sitting in the interrogation, that she became protective and angry as Chris was saying some of these things. And that's where that line starts to cross, because if you're in there, and that's that due process that we were talking about as far as the 35C goes, when you have that happening, they released his house as a crime scene on that Wednesday, and he confessed on Thursday. And so if any other case was going on, I mean, Tammy was the lead investigator of this whole case. So she was the one that was in control of the ins and outs and how it was going to go. So the fact that she had, which, mistakenly had admitted out loud, not only that, but the day after Chris went into, got arrested, the next day, her husband, I put it on my channel, her husband put this long post out on his Facebook. And then she had commented basically after it and mentioned the words like it was closed. It took a lot to close this and get him in jail. And was very, even in those posts, very Shanann, like one-sided. And unfortunately, when it comes to law, whether you think he's guilty or not, whether you think Shanann's innocent or not, it doesn't matter. You have to honestly, that is almost secondary after you have the constitutional rights you have to follow for every person. And I'm not saying that just for Chris. I'm saying that all across the board. Like that's the way it's written for a reason. And so the fact that was kind of shut down was such a big clue, because like I said, that night that he had confessed, she came in there. They used the tactics of themes. And I broke this 30 minutes down on my channel recently in a video where when they actually mentioned Shanann, Chris denied it. When they go, we know she was like this and we know how she was and we know, and Chris said, no, she wouldn't do that. So that's a misconception they have, was when they actually blamed Shanann, Chris denied that. And I broke that audio down. I have it on my channel. And then they brought up the ball peen hammer guy, because it is a technique. It's an interrogation technique where they do introduce themes. It's also mentioned on the Oxygen special. They introduce themes to get an emotional reaction, because that tells them how to maneuver and what could have possibly happened. It helps them get closer to a confession. So by all accounts, I mean, they mentioned Shanann, that was actually discarded. And then they mentioned the guy who murdered his family with a ball peen hammer. Clearly, there was zero reaction from Chris on that. And then they did get an emotional reaction when they mentioned the woman in Castle Rock who had murdered her children. And Chris did ask why would she do that? And so it's a technique that works. And it worked right there because Chris gave her the emotional response, which was like, ding, ding, ding. And then Chris, right after, asked to speak with his dad. He was like, can I please speak with my dad? And they knew, like, that's those key things that they know they're onto something. And like Tammy said, that's what's so, like I said, let me just preface this real quick. I'm in no way, shape, or form saying that Chris had zero responsibility or culpability in this crime. I'm not saying that, but there's just other evidence and other factors that have not been taken into account or that people don't know. If I only heard this case from the media side, I'd feel the same way like 95% of you guys feel, is like, oh my gosh, done it, over with, guilty, all of that. And I know a lot of people have it's hard emotionally for them to say or to even think, that Shanann could have done this. And like I said, I get it. And I'm not here to argue with anybody about their opinions on it because everyone's entitled. This case is clearly highly emotional. There's a lot of different moving parts. And so with the media, I mean, there's just been such they've just created like a cult-like following. So I get that that's there. And like I said, that's why I appreciate you guys letting me come on and talk to you, because I do not shy away from people that have different opinions. I get it. I've talked to thousands of people about this case that have different opinions, and it's okay. But that night, so Tammy knew that, talking to his dad was going to be, sorry, my phone is like blowing up, you guys. Let me turn that off real quick. I'm sorry. I apologize. She knew that, talking to Chris's dad was going to be that next step. So you have to kind of think about this. At what point did Chris start lying? And at what point did he stop? Because I did do a reenactment on my channel, and that's, you guys, it's not something that's like taken lightly. And, there's been hundreds and hundreds of experts and different forensic people looked at that, and it's not just like my own opinion. I'm putting out there as my opinion to as far as the channel goes, because I'm the person presenting it, but it was with a lot of work of a lot of people. And so to basically prove my theory either right or wrong, because I spent as much time trying to prove it wrong as I did trying to prove it right. But when you look at that night when they brought in Ronnie, so like I said, you've got to figure out when he started lying and when he stopped, because by their accounts, the emotional reaction with the themes is supposed to elicit a confession, and bringing his dad in, number 2, was the most powerful thing. They said they knew based on their relationship that if they were going to get the truth, it's going to come from Ronnie. So that's when Tammy mentions that she starts getting furious and very angry because Chris goes on to explain what happened that night, what his I'll just say for you guys, like his version of what happened that night. And she was against it. She was mad. But you have to think then, once he told his dad, let's just, take it as far as like inside the home or at the site, there was that. But then as they bring in the paper and they ask Chris, where they're at, he tells them. He doesn't leave them on a goose chase. He doesn't mix the tanks up. He doesn't say Shanann's off at a different site. Nothing. So you have to sit there and think to yourselves, well, if he was
up, the gig was up at that point, though.
Yeah. He knew they were at the site. Man, now I feel like I had as you're talking, I wanted to respond to so many different things, but now it's like, gosh, I forget everything when you were talking. Hold on. No, I don't want to interrupt you, but
just take a deep breath. Just take a deep breath and you can think about it. You're good. We have time.
I'm trying to type them as you go so I can remember.
A question. What does him wanting Ronnie so bad have to do with it?
Because of their relationship. I mean, they just have such a relationship. I think it was more like of a man thing. Like he just wanted to speak with his dad and tell his dad first. He wanted to talk to his family first. That's it.
He's a grown man, though. He knew better than to ask for daddy like they would have brought him in just because he asked. I mean, he
wanted to cover his butt. He didn't want his dad to find out he's a freaking murderer. He wanted to hurry up and tell, oh, Shanann did it. So they're not looking at, so they don't think that he did what he did. I think he purposely did want to make sure his dad didn't think that he did this. He wanted to make sure his dad thought this new lie that he came up with. I still think Tammy fed that to him, but you're saying, okay, I have a question.
So,
How does that?
Why didn't he listen to his dad, though? If he wanted to speak to him so bad, his dad told him to get an attorney. Why didn't you shut up and get an attorney?
Because he didn't want an attorney. If you listen to the whole entire confession at the end, Chris didn't want an attorney. He wanted to tell them what was going on. He wanted, I mean, they even said that at the very end. They were sitting in the room afterwards and they said, Chris, you know, they were asking about the tanks, when the tanks will be checked again. And he's like, probably within a week. And they clarify, like, wait a minute, like they're going to check these tanks and they would know that they were in there like within a week. And he's like, yeah. He's like, why do you think I came in here without an attorney? That's what he says. He literally his dad asked for an attorney, even when the muted out part. I mean, Ronnie asked for an attorney like 5 times. I think we heard 3 times that on the the redacted part, but it was like 5 times in total.
But
and
Chris didn't do it. Chris was the one being charged.
But he didn't want one. He didn't want an attorney.
But what is that? But how does that mean that Shanann did it? I don't understand that. How that and also I want to ask. Right. How that you were saying they're trying to get an emotional response and they got it when they were talked about that other case. So how does that relate to Shanann doing it? That's what I'm still not putting this all together. I'm not following.
That's exactly it. Is it wasn't about Shanann doing it. When they brought up Shanann, he denied it and said no.
Exactly, because she didn't do it.
No, it was emotional reaction to the woman doing it and then explaining why. Because I mean, you have to realize people don't know much about everything that happened when Shanann was in North Carolina. There's a lot more to a backstory than just what happened. I mean, they were going through a separation. Now that's the only thing that's nice about the discovery being out. And trust me, we want more out. We want all of Chris's text released, all of Shanann's, all of Nicole Kessinger's. And we've said that going into a 35C and back to court, we will have those things public as we get them, period.
Who is we? You and his family?
Yes, Chris, his family, and me.
Okay, I gotta ask. This is what has been bugging me. I've been dying to know this.
Yeah, go ahead.
Is Chris telling you to this day that Shanann did it? Is that what he's saying?
Absolutely. I mean, I talked to him. I'll tell you today. I talked to him our phone calls. We talk with this every single day.
And Shanann did it. He's explaining how Shanann did it.
Yeah.
Are we ever going to be able to hear that conversation?
Yeah. I mean, so what you had asked a question I heard earlier about releasing phone calls. Now, the point of why that was cut there is there is personal information after, but I will be releasing the rest of that phone call and some others. We do have to get prison permission on certain things because they are concerned about obviously the notoriety of this case and it causing issues. They are in lockdown pretty much with COVID. So they're saying it's like more of a safe time, I guess. But they do want to take into consideration what attention that brings to the prison.
That would make sense, I guess. I have a question. If he came in and he saw Shanann choking Cece and he, pulls her off and begins to choke her, why didn't he just go ahead and wrap her up in Cece's sheet instead of going to the master bedroom and stripping the bed, taking it back, then having to lay it out, put her on it, then do whatever, twist it, roll it, I don't know.
He just said that he so like I said, I get your guys' perspective. So if you can think for 2 seconds on Chris's perspective, I mean, number one, when Tammy says she put this idea into Chris's mind, perfect. If she wants to say that, that's fantastic. But there's like a less than 10-minute window before Chris was talking to Ronnie. And you have to think about, I don't know if you guys have seen, I did a reenactment video. It's been put together, tried to be like as simple as possible because we went through about 100 different ways to do that. And everything was too graphic. We had people that looked the same, children. I mean, we had to change everything. But you have to take into account what Chris said he saw. And I heard you talking earlier about the perspective of the camera. And have either of you guys seen the reenactment? Have you guys watched that at all? Okay.
I know. And I brought that up on my live my first live that right after I watched the video. I brought it up because when you're in reenactment, you had Shanann like in a way where she was all like kind of huddled where it like fit perfectly for your theory. Now, so
Yeah. Did you see the video? People don't, I guess I haven't paid attention, but the audio and video, when they released it, were not synced together from the confession. And so I actually resynced it, and you actually see Chris explain, like he leans over the table and shows you exactly with her left arm up and her right hand to her side. He kind of acts it out for them. And so, I mean, and speaking about like the camera to the back, I mean, Chris does clarify. I know people keep saying that something was released about Chris said he saw them blue in the monitor. That's not what happened. I have the audio on my channel. That is a complete fabrication of them putting information together. Actually, in the end, when in the clip that I have of them recapping, they specifically are asking him these questions, and they ask him over and over and over again. And you see Chris, because it's synced together, with his fingers saying, no, she was here. I pulled her here. She was this way. I pulled her this way. And so you have to take into account the internal injuries that the children had and that she had that Chris would never have known, you know? And I put that together in the reenactment. And like, if people want to go into the Wisconsin confession and say, well, you know, he says he got on top of her, she was on her back. Well, there's zero evidence in the autopsy that shows that. And the internal injuries with the bruising on the right side of her neck does not add up.
That can mean he straddled her while she was sleeping on her side, though.
We're not saying that he's not a liar. Of course, right. I think he still lied about the second confession parts of it. Like, right. I think he was when she was sleeping. That's my opinion. Yeah. But
it's good that you think that.
Has a good question. Why didn't he pack their backpacks? Yeah, that's what I was just asking.
Wait, I didn't hear what you said. Sorry, say it again.
Why didn't he pack their backpacks for them if he didn't do it and plan to do this?
So when he went downstairs, that was the thing, is when he left that conversation. So let me backtrack for a minute and I'll explain that, because he wasn't done getting ready to leave. He went downstairs, started to get his stuff together, and then decided to go back upstairs to talk to Shanann, because they had talked about separation. I know the news tried to spin it like Chris just got on the phone that morning with the school or with the realtor to sell the house. That's not what happened. I mean, if you look in Discovery, Shanann actually tells her friends previous to that weekend, and then after she got home during that weekend, there's text message conversations where she says she's taking the kids out of school on Monday. And she was the one who contacted the realtor before. Chris was just returning a phone call and having that conversation as it was coming into him that morning. So, I mean, when they were back,
they're the types that they would have their. Remember, he packs their backpacks the night before.
Yes.
Yeah. Why didn't he pack the backpacks?
Because there wasn't school that morning.
Bella was supposed to have her first day at school.
No, she wasn't. No, she wasn't. It was not supposed to start till the next week. And they were taking her out of school.
Why did he call the school then if she wasn't supposed to be there?
Yeah, why did he call?
He called the school to take them. No, he called the school to take her like off the enrollment, which was a task that they were supposed to be doing, is taking them out of school. Because you get to think about that, you guys. When Shanann was going to do stuff for school, I mean, if you've seen before, they've gone to first day of schools, like she's talking about their utensils and all their different supplies like weeks before. They weren't doing that because they couldn't afford it. They were already having these conversations. And Chris, they had the discussion when they were in North Carolina, when they were at the beach, is when all this was breaking down, when Chris was saying, you know, we need to separate, you know, things aren't working out. And he came.
That doesn't make sense. I'm still thinking about the school thing, because if they weren't supposed to go that day, why was it so heavy on his mind after murdering them so quickly to call the school? I don't buy that.
Because of the alert on his phone. He's very scheduled and very regimented. And if
you go through the text, though, you see Shanann asking if he'll go with her to take Bella for her first day of school Monday. Do you guys remember that?
Yeah, but you have to realize now, like I said, those things will come out in Discovery. That was not their conversation. Shanann had Chris's phone a lot. Hence why he had a private app. Everyone that knows her as a friend, like she used to get on his Facebook and post stuff. And that was a big misconception too about him canceling his Facebook. I think he mentioned in the Wisconsin thing, he did it for Nicole. It wasn't true. If you look at the text message, even to his dad, he did it he says, I finally liberated myself. with him going through a
I'm going to stop you
separation.
here. They were supposed to start school because the teacher even said they never showed up.
Yes,
Why didn't she
and
say,
Shanann's
oh, they
mom-
didn't
That
talk
was
to
the
me
day.
yet?
That's
The
for the
teacher said
daycare.
they
That's the
never-
daycare.
That's what we're
they're supposed
talking
to be in
about. What do
daycare.
you mean?
It's
Well, they have
Shanann's mom
kindergarten.
called, so
Well, they have
Shanann's mom
kindergarten.
called too. Daycare
Shannon's mom
is
called.
gonna
I
be
don't know.
that's flip flopping. That they
different.
had he. I mean,
But see,
he-
I can't debate anything you're saying because you're going off of something that
No,
you
it's
have,
Discovery.
information
No,
that you
just go in
supposedly have
Discovery,
that I
though.
don't have.
Right, but just
No,
go in.
about you're talking
go
about
into
things coming
Discovery, though.
out, like how, like
and look at what.
Go in Discovery and look
what?
at her conversations about, like, when people say there wasn't a conversation about separating beforehand. Yes, there was, because she mentions it to a friend and says he doesn't
Nobody
want
said
divorce right away.
Oh,
And then they talk about her needed to go home and take the kids out of school. She said she was going to go home and take them out of school. That was literally, I mean, I couldn't pull up Discovery if we want to go there, but we can. I mean, that was a conversation being had. Now, realize, you guys, a lot of these points have not been overly publicized or overly talked about, like even like Cece's collapsed lung. I mean, I'm telling you, there's certain reasons why the media hasn't grabbed on to certain aspects of this case, or why even like the DA hasn't grabbed on. I'm telling you, the thing that Chris wants more than anything is for their text message history to be released in full, unedited, unredacted, period.
So are you saying that Chris nor Shanann packed backpacks for daycare, just school?
Well, they weren't going to school that morning.
Daycare, you said right there, the daycare though.
Yeah, but they weren't going to be going to daycare or the school that morning.
Chris didn't know that though.
Yeah,
and her mom didn't know that either.
I know.
That was the discussion that they had even back in North Carolina. Yeah, and like I said, like that's exactly why. If you look at the text messages, because even some of our friends were saying we didn't know that there was a separation. I mean, you can't. I mean, that to me is just concealing information, because clearly it's very widely discussed that there was a separation.
Yeah, he told his. I mean, we know that he told his family that when he was there. Wait, I have a question though. Back to it, you said that they didn't talk about. Chris didn't talk to Ronnie about anything with NK, but he did, because do you remember when he brings up NK, he says, oh, they know about her or whatever. It's obvious that Ronnie is already aware of NK at that point. So I don't know that. I wanted to bring that up because earlier you were talking about that.
No,
I didn't get a chance to say.
He was talking about Shanann. Ronnie did not. The only person who knew about Nicole Kessinger was his best friend Mark. He had discussed her with Mark back on the Thrive trip in San Diego. They did know that Chris was getting separated. And here's the thing, they assumed, because when he was there at the house, he was texting somebody. They have talked about that, and he was very happy. And Cindy actually got on the phone when he came over and was like, we're separating. And Chris was going over child support, alimony, the different apartments, his work schedule changing. It was looking at going to a 8 and 6 schedule instead of a 5 and 2 schedule, stuff like that. So they clearly had a very wild impression,
that's not my argument. The separation, that's not who are you responding to about this separation?
Yeah, because I'm not sure that we were talking about school and the backpacks. I don't know where.
In the sheet, everybody wants you to answer the sheet. That doesn't make sense that he went into Shanann's room to get
a sheet
to wrap. I mean, that would be stupid. That would make no sense. Why not just wrap it with the sheet that's where she's laying?
He said he took her back into their bedroom, later back in the bed, face down.
Why though? The kids are already gone by then. He doesn't need to hide her from it. I mean, why?
No, but he didn't want to look at her.
He couldn't carry her from the bedroom.
It'd be better to keep her in the kids' room than his room to not look at her.
It was
his room. He needs to get ready in that room.
The comment that he also said to his dad during the interrogation is he didn't want to even put the girls next to her. That's part of the redacted part. We want to get all those things released because of what she had done to the girls. And I think that's a big misconception too, is that people think that he left there with the intention of putting the girls there and Shanann there. That's not what happened. He took them in the truck and left with them in pure shock. And everyone says, well, he made sure that people weren't there. Well, people were there that morning. And as a matter of fact, if you look at his text history and his call logs, he actually didn't even if you look at the gap of time to take to do that, it was literally about as close to them coming as he thought in his mind he had time. So they actually were in the truck while he was there working as he's in shock. And then as he's realizing that they are about to be coming out there, that's when that gap of time in his text and phone history occurs. And that's when that happens. Now, he does say that he did not have time at all to do both.
Why not keep him in the house then?
Why not call
If you weren't
911?
planning on doing that, he should have just kept him at the house and went to work.
Why not
take
call
him with you
911?
without planning on doing
Why did he
that?
call 911? Well, I mean, Chris was obviously had just been in the commission of his own crime. And I think that he was in shock. I mean, he says that. He's like, I get that everyone wants these answers. And even Chris says, even he said that in the first confession, he's like, I can't, when they were even talking about the oil tanks, because everyone goes, why the oil tanks? Let me tell you this. If Chris had done anything but what he did that morning, I would say he's guilty because he had Shanann's car in the garage, tinted windows. He could have easily, without being tracked, put them in Shanann's car, opened the garage, left. I mean, that whole area, if you guys are familiar with it, there's so many things.
Do it in the oil tank. That shows you that he planned to put him there.
I
No,
don't see him
because there's
carrying
GPS
her.
that takes him there. I mean, what I'm saying is if he wanted to get away with it, he could have put them in her car inside the garage and left and done nothing. I mean, it would have been a long time until they found her because there was no GPS located to it, all those different things. So, I mean, Chris going there to the work site, I mean, he broke after he buried her, like he literally out of anger of like, what the heck, like slammed the rake to the ground and broke it in half out of pure frustration and a pure panic, out of pure being distraught and being upset. He says the same thing. I'm telling you guys, he does not say what he did as far as putting those girls in that tanks is okay. Let me make that clear. And I'm not saying either that it's okay, that it's not horrific, that's not, if he is to be held responsible for the things I believe he should be. I'm not saying that he should be held responsible for the parts he's had in this. Absolutely. Because that is horrific. He just happens to work at an oil site. And as he buried Shanann, there wasn't enough time. And he said the same thing. He's like, it's horrific. I can't explain it. I wasn't thinking correctly. I was out of my freaking mind. I didn't know what I was doing. He works at an oil site and that's all there was. And people were going to be showing up. And that's it. I mean, it's not right. It's horrible. It's sad, but that's just his account for what happened that morning, period. I mean, that's all I can say. I mean, I get it. I myself think it's terrifying.
Too many holes and there's too many questions. I can't imagine this man freaking out, yet he's carrying her all over the upstairs, but he couldn't carry her from the master bedroom right out to the steps without dropping her.
No, he just said he couldn't carry her downstairs. He couldn't carry her downstairs all the way, so he put her down on the stairs going downstairs. And
the shadow. I know a lot of that's.
I know.
The DA did come out afterwards and say.
Yeah.
So I mean, I see the shadow. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so that's a big thing I've been asked about a lot as a shadow. And what my response to that has been is Chris going back for a 35C based upon trial issues. I think you mentioned earlier Scott Peterson issues. Absolutely. When there's constitutional rights are violated and certain things happen, you have the right to go back and have it done the right way. And so Chris wants to do that because obviously he's been in prison. He has a lot of things have settled down a lot. He's seen a lot.
Realizing sucks. And now he wants to go up.
Well, it's not that because Chris, by all accounts, I mean, he took the plea deal. Now, remember, he never wrote to the judge a guilty plea. The judge never saw evidence against Chris, which that in itself is not normal. Usually the judge, they have a preliminary hearing, they get indicted. There's enough evidence to hold these charges up. They didn't have that with Chris. And so going into even taking his plea, typically you're the person's supposed to, I don't know if you guys are familiar with the John Benet Ramsey case, but there was a guy a lot later who came out and said he was responsible for it. Yeah. But the judge wouldn't indict him on charges because his account for what happened didn't match the evidence. That's what happens. When you have a guilty plea, you're supposed to write down your statement so it matches the evidence. The judge goes, okay, you're not just someone taking the rap for or, being pinned on it. You are this person, and they'll proceed with the plea. Well, Chris didn't have that either. He never even wrote a guilty thing. And the DA says, Chris would not have taken this plea deal if he had to do that. But what Chris did and what they've said and what everyone's heard is they've said that Chris needed to take responsibility for it. That is the word, that responsibility, because, and it all comes out to even how Tammy said it. If he had not had the affair, this wouldn't have happened. And that is exactly what Chris felt. He felt even in Wisconsin, he felt that because of what he did, it resulted in that night happening, period. And he felt an extreme amount of responsibility for the whole situation happening. Does that make sense? And so, I mean,
well, why did you wait till this appeal to come out with it? It just seems like there's this agenda that you guys waited for this appeal. So, I mean, it just seems like there's
what do you mean? What do you mean?
You waited for the perfect timing to come out with this information. Why not come out at the beginning though?
Because that's not how it unfolded. I mean, you have to realize a lot of these things, especially with his family, even with Chris, a lot of people think that Chris knew, like his family knew evidence. The DA showed him evidence. There was nothing. I mean, that's why the DA changed his story and has now said, well, I think that this evidence shows this, because they didn't have anything. They had a theory that that Chris was leaving his marriage or did this for Nicole. And if you listen, because they didn't know.
Why didn't he had all these choices 2 years ago, and he did not make any of these choices. But now after he
just folded the cards. No, he just folded the cards for everybody, because
he could have had a trial. He could have easily had a trial.
I think there's enough evidence, like circumstantial evidence. I think there was plenty of it. There's no other person that could have been. I mean, I think he could, if they went to trial, I think there was enough evidence for him to be found.
Well, no, but Chris didn't want to go to trial back then.
But I'm just saying, I think there would have been
for everything. I mean, he just did. He just felt like his family was gone. And everyone was so hurt, like, I'm done. Like, he did. And that's what Chris does. I mean, he does that.
Here's what I think happened, because, I mean, we're all human and we've all been caught up in a lie. And when we're first caught up in that lie, we stutter and we stammer, and sometimes we break down and become humble and admit to it. Oh, yeah. But later on down the road, if you come back to me on that, I'm going to be a much stronger person confronting you and more confident in myself. And I believe that's what this situation is with.
But don't you think he would have, after 2 years, changed the story to something different? I mean, if he's had, by all accounts, 2 years
no other story to go with. If he told so many now, someone else, it's the only other story, because there is too much like circumstantial evidence, because nobody came in and got him. So it either has to be Shanann or it has to be him involved. Well, so that was the only other option for him to say. And I still don't hear it from his voice, because I'm doubting that he's saying that right now.
Yeah. Well, a lot of people think that there's other people involved, and there's not. A lot of people have said Nicole Kessinger's involved, and by Chris's account, she's not.
I don't think she was involved physically. I think she was a big part. She manipulated. She's a reason, obviously, but I don't think she was physically there either.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think that, I mean, if you look at their messages back and forth, I mean, Shanann was very emotional. Everyone says that. She and the Watts had seen it when they were there. They were very worried about her behavior, because Shanann was with them 6 days in total. So she was there for a weekend for 3 days. Cindy went out, spent like $400 in groceries, made sure the kids were taken care of at the house. And then she left back to her parents' house and came back the next weekend. And that's the last day of those 3 days is when the Nutgate happened. So
how many times had she been there and stayed that many days before?
She'd been there 6 days. The sixth day is when the nut thing happened.
Previously, in the years before, had she ever stayed there before or stayed that long?
I'm not sure. I would have to ask. I won't speak on things I don't have.
To her, and once, you know how it is when you're with your best friend and spend the night, you're like, damn, I didn't see that about her, and kind of aggravates me. Yeah. So I'm wondering if that didn't play a role in it too, because I know they didn't have the best of relationships.
I mean, their relationship, from everything that's been said, was pretty rocky in the beginning, and then teetered on and off, and then they were fine for a long time, and then it would just go up and down, up and down. It just depended. But every time they needed the Watts to do something, they were always there to watch the kids, to do whatever. Shanann would go on to Cindy's
Now that's not
profile.
true. You can't say that, because now they came in to visit. And when she was there, Shanann brought the grandkids over to spend the night. The weekend before, I believe, was Nutgate. Cindy had scheduled a hair appointment and was gone all day when her grandkids were going to be there for a short amount of time. Now,
so they were there for 3 days. So that was the first 3 days that they were there. Cindy had her hair appointment. Shanann was supposed to come in earlier, and then she was gonna be gone while Cindy, like, she was supposed to be going home back to her parents' house at that time. She was still at the house, and Cindy didn't have her phone with her, thinking that they're leaving. And Shanann did end up calling Ronnie several times, like, where's she at? What's going on? I've been here all day with the kids. And Cindy was like, I thought she was gone, because that was the last day of the 3 days she was there. And then she came back, like I said, she came back the next weekend for 3 more days. So she was there 2 nights, and it was the 3rd day when she was supposed to go back to her parents' house again. That's the night that nut situation happened. Does that make sense? So she was there. I was like the 6th day.
so you're saying it was her last day there?
Yeah, it was the last day of that second 3 day.
I know, but if I got an opportunity to see my I can understand where, and don't get me wrong, because like I said, I'm not taking just one side. I see faults.
No, I understand. I understand. I totally understand.
Created. I see.
I
what
understand.
happened, but if the kids were coming in, I would have my feelings terribly hurt if I got there and my mother-in-law had scheduled, that time I was going to be with her to be at the beauty salon all day without us, and me stuck at the house.
Okay, let me clarify. I might have explained that wrong. Shanann had been there already. It was the 3rd day that Shanann had been there. She was supposed to be leaving that day and going back home. That's why it was scheduled. It was like she was supposed to be gone already. Does that make sense? And then she ended up staying at the house longer.
Why didn't she leave, I wondered?
Do what?
Why didn't she leave, I wonder?
I don't know. I think, her dad was supposed to come get her. I know he ended up coming to get her. I'm not sure. Because, like I said, it wasn't like...
Go ahead.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
What about, a lot of people have been asking us in chat since you first came on, and I just haven't asked it yet, but about the whole... Daddy, no, like he hears it over and over in his head. Like, where did that come from? That was in the book and in his second confession.
Yeah. So
and when he said it sounded pretty sincere.
Yeah. So he's had, so when that second confession happened, literally, I'm going to be breaking that down on my channel. Like, the evidence literally does not match at all. And I get people go, well, he's telling the truth now. And so that's a big question we keep saying on our side, is like, wait a minute. So he lied the first confession, then told the truth after that, but then was telling the truth here, but the evidence doesn't match. So, I think on our side is just as confusing as your side, probably, as far as what's true, what's not true, what happened, what didn't happen.
How do you know to believe him then?
I go with the evidence. Like, literally, it just has to match.
The evidence doesn't match, though. Your evidence for, like, the whole autopsy is just that she was on her side, but that doesn't mean that she was in Celeste's room. She could have been anywhere.
So
he did kill her. That's the truth. Either way, he killed her. So,
do you think that the girls died at the house, or do you think that they died in the oil field?
In the oil field.
I think that Bella definitely died at the oil field, but I'm still on the fence with Cece.
Okay, yeah. Everyone has a bunch of different things. That's I think that with people that are not, I would say, like, I guess I'll only word like on the Chris side, I guess, is that there is discrepancies on. Some people think that the girls died at home. Some people think that they died at the site. Now, part of the Wisconsin confession is that Chris was saying that they were having these discussions, like, in their bedroom, about the separation or about moving and all these different things. And I guess the theory that the defense is now, or the prosecution's now gone with, is that Chris snapped in that moment. But if that's true, then when did the girls pass away? Because in his confession, what he was saying was he wasn't sure. Like, they were having conversations that went up and down about moving to Brighton or not. But even if he killed them at the site, he does say in that confession that they were hurt. Like, he tried to kill them prior to the conversation, and then they woke up or something. But then if you think about him having the conversation about moving to Brighton or they were staying together, then if they decided that, then, obviously how would he explain that the girls are passed away? Because he doesn't account for that, how that happened in the second confession.
Because he's planning on killing her. What do you mean? He's planning on killing Shanann at that point. I think he was planning on it. By the time she came home, he already had that in his head. He was going to kill her. He even said that. Like when he woke up, did he, I think he planned it. I think he thought about it weeks before. I really do.
Why do you think he would have had those discussions that morning with her? Like, I mean, if he's going to kill her, why do you think he would have cared about those small details?
He's just, what is the word? He's just procrastinating, just waiting. He's just getting up enough nerve to do it,
Wait, I can't understand. Wait, hold on. I can only hear one of you guys at a time because it cuts out on my side if you guys are talking. So go ahead.
I'm sorry. I didn't even know.
Go ahead.
I think he's just trying to build up enough nerve to do it. And he's trying to maybe get it so he gets angry with her, trying to get a conflict going to build up that adrenaline so he could do it. I think he's just like wait until he has the nerve to do it. Like he's just playing the game.
But that goes against her sleeping because clearly if he's going to rile her up and then hurt her, there's going to be a struggle because her family talks about that. So, I mean, I guess that's the thing is if you're whatever your storyline is going to be, you have to then account for the injuries or the girls being killed at the house or there. I mean, the only thing I can look at, because trust me, I have questions for days too. Just because I'm helping on this side does not mean I don't have questions, and does not mean that I don't ask him these same hard questions. I mean, I have asked him over and over and over 10 different ways, 1,000 different ways, because I think it's instinctual. A human has an instinct to ask questions.
He answered some of them, and if he's not lying, why wouldn't he answer these questions?
But maybe he never even had that conversation with her. Maybe he never really did that night. How do we even know he really had that a conversation about moving and stuff and where they're going to live? Maybe he's lying about that. Though. I mean,
like I said, you have to then think if in that 10-minute window, how would he have been able to come up with a story that does match? Because if you're
the truth, it's what happened. He killed her when she was on her side. So when he was trying to explain it to the thing, that's what it pictured in his head. She was on her side, and he just explained it how she was, but into a different kind of scenario.
But if you think about with him in Wisconsin, when Tammy specifically asked about Bella's injuries, if he was telling the truth, he would have accounted for that. But he was unaware of Bella's internal injuries, was unaware of
He didn't know what it meant when they explained it in court. He said, what does that mean? Her lip was gone. He didn't know what it meant.
Right. But when they asked specifically about the downward pressure, did you do it like this? And it appears like she's acting it out. He says no. He says he puts her like basically his hands flat over her mouth and then over her throat.
He did agree that he did the downward pressure. I thought he agreed to it.
He just said he put her hand.
Yeah, he said put it. Yeah, like
he said push to the back of the seat in the
pressure. That's downward.
A push downward motion.
Yeah, I thought he agreed by what he said. It was agreeing.
But in the autopsy, it's very specific. There's 2 adjacent bruises from the frenulum, which is fingertips. So there's 2 fingertips bruises. So that's completely different than a hand over a face, completely over the face. There'd be marks on that, or even across her mouth, across her nose and mouth would be a little bit different. So you have to, like I said, when you're thinking of these theories, account for literally internal evidence.
More willing to believe that as somebody else was involved than Shanann. So like people could argue. A lot of people believe somebody was involved. They would just say somebody else did it. But no, I think there's a reason because I don't think there was anybody else involved. So let me think about. I don't know if what you're saying is accurate. That's the thing. Right. I'm not sure.
Like I said, if you go into the autopsy, I mean, in Bella's, it talks about there's 2 pinkish purple bruises adjacent. Tammy specifically mentions that to him because she's trying to get him to say that happened because she goes, "Did you do it like this?" And he's like, "No." He's like, "I had my hand over her mouth," and they're acting it out. And then she kind of just stops because he's not admitting to the fingerprint at the mouth. Like why? And she tries to explain that pressure right there with Bella moving back and forth would account for the tear in the frenulum. So that is literal, like forensic evidence.
Why would where we get the detail and know how it happened? Is that from how did he put it? From I forgot, like wiggling her head.
She said she was thrashing back and forth.
Yeah, they had discussed that.
What do you mean?
Yeah, they discussed
any kind of marks. Yeah, I mean, how do we? I mean,
I'll tell you, because there's a difference between fingerprint bruises pushing down on somebody versus their hand over their mouth.
Are we talking about Bella or Shanann?
Bella.
So when did she say there was fingerprint marks? I'm confused what
if you look at Bella's autopsy, it says, do you want me to pull it up for you? I can tell you.
Yeah.
Here's the discovery page. Okay, hold on. Let me pull it up. I'll read it to you. Because I mean, this is the point, is if people don't, and this is only even for you guys. It doesn't mean I'm trying to tell you to believe my side or trust it. No, but when you're thinking about the case, it's good for you guys to know these certain things, because then when you're trying to figure out for yourselves, because honestly, when it comes to a case like this with the emotions, you do have to come up your own self with what you feel like happened, you know? So just because I'm giving you information doesn't mean I'm telling you to believe my side. Absolutely not. But it's just for you guys, even to help you guys figure out. Hold on, I got this.
Why would this man make up gory details about his daughter thrashing and grunting and daddy?
Well, they already talked about that. Well, Tammy had already talked about, it'd be cause for movement back and forth. They talked about the DA in the courtroom discussing that as well. Okay, so here we go. If we want to go to, let me make this bigger. Hold on a second. So if we go down to Bella's, I don't know if you guys want to pull this up. I'll give you guys the actual autopsy page here in just a second. Hold on. Go to Bella's. Okay, Bella Watts. Okay, so let me go down to, okay, let me get the little page. So if you go down to discovery page 1020, it says, in the evidence of injury, there's the little section on top where it says external evidence of injury. It says at least 1.5 similar laceration of the frenulum to the upper gum line with associated pink purple contusions. So now if you go down a little bit farther into where it actually describes it. So it says down the very next page. So at the bottom of that first page on 1020, it says head. The very last paragraph says head, and it's going to describe what they found in the autopsy. So it says the last two sentences, it says the frenulum is markedly disrupted and there are adjacent pink purple bruises of the buccal mucosa present. The buccal mucosa is, if you lift up your lip in that your gum line where it attaches to your lip, there is adjacent. So on each side of that, there was bruises, like a fingerprint on each side, like pushing down pressure.
That goes along with what he said, because he said he was holding it. So if she's moving her head, it would leave fingerprints. So would have been, that's how I pictured it. It would be moving like this, and he would be trying to go like this. Is that not how he described it, though?
No, he pushed it into the back of the seat.
Yeah, and it's like this. So she's thrashing back and forth. His fingers could definitely have been there, though.
If you put his hand down with your fingers, pin it down with your fingers on something loose like flesh, and you can move your fingers, but your fingers aren't actually moving on the skin.
Yeah,
so you'll stay in the same place.
So let me explain this to you.
Exactly, he says he was having trouble, and kind of. I mean, I don't know.
What he says when he in the Wisconsin confession, and I get you guys is not understanding, like having those questions, because but what he says is he had her hand like over the blanket, over her mouth, like flat over her mouth, and then over her neck. And he says he does the same thing to Cece, but Cece does not have any of those bruising. That bruising's not on her at all.
She didn't fight. She was probably already sleeping, and she didn't fight. She just went out easy.
I had breathing trouble worse than Bella also, so it would be probably easier, sadly, for her to die.
And she had a collapsed lung.
You're misleading people, Kim, when you say fingerprint bruises, because that autopsy doesn't say fingerprint bruises. You added that.
So, like I said, when you actually get into the tissue, down into tissues, when you go through these, and it would be clarified, I promise you, when they would call this person up to the stand to have a discussion about this, Tammy, if you listen to her in Wisconsin, she specifically even mentions that there was bruising on each side of her frenulum. That's what that would be from. So
how is that making it that that wasn't Chris? I'm still confused how the argument.
Yes, like that. Yes, I could see you on the right-hand side. That would be exactly.
So that's an odd position to hold somebody in, to suffocate them. An odd position.
So that's why if you see my reenactment, it looks as if, and how they just, it's been described, like her nose being pinched, like her fingers holding, and then the other hand over her mouth. That would account for basically that movement. And that's why it's important that Chris mentioned, because that's what I'm trying to say, I guess, is if Chris is going to lie or confess to this case, I mean, he wouldn't realize internally why it was important, the girls' positions. I mean, he could just say they were all in their bed, like you mentioned earlier. They were all in their bed. They were on their back. I smothered them or strangled them. Well, then the
Coder made it very clear to him in that Coder made it very clear to him in that interview, when these results come back, we're going to know.
Right.
So,
but that's the point about that so you nailed it right there. That's exactly right. They said they would know. So that being true, you have to ask yourself, and I would say everyone needs to write to the DA. I mean, clear us up with him. Why, if that is true, you will see based on forensics, which we do, then number one, you couldn't change the way when they died or how they died. I mean, they kept saying they couldn't give them a timeline. Well, that's completely false, because when the girls have what's called marbling in their autopsy, that means there's a certain window of time that they had to have been killed and put in that oil tank for that to happen. That proves that they were not killed the night before or even several hours earlier, because then they'd have been laid somewhere. They would have what's called pooling and blanching. So the heaviest parts of their body would be blanched white, and they'd have blood pooling, and they didn't have that.
They were in oil buoyant though.
Right. That's what I'm saying. So what I'm saying about the evidence is, for people that believe that they were killed earlier or that Chris killed them the night before, that those things, when they're talking about forensics, that's how they tell you that the timeline that he's giving is what it is. And people have asked, did they go into the wells or the tanks alive? No, they had fluid in their lung. They were passive before they went in there. Now, because rigor mortis hadn't set in, there is with Bella having some of that sludge in her abdomen, that is probably most likely from maybe her mouth being a little bit open, taking that fluid in, but then as rigor mortis set in, it would close her mouth, and that would prevent that from happening still. So that could be, an explanation for that, but she didn't breathe in. Obviously it wasn't in her lungs, that type of thing. But what I was saying is, if you think about Chris's story, my point for his original confession is he gave very specific instructions, and he wouldn't know, if he's giving a confession that they died, he wouldn't know like how important it was to say that they were in certain positions, or even the fact of, in Bella's room, her camera was across the room. That would make it 100% more believable if Chris said, I saw her back in Bella's room, because the camera angle would account for that. Being in Celeste's room, that angle is so small. And even when he's acting it out, like, hey, I threw her from here to here, I don't know how Chris would be able to, in 6 minutes, be able to account for even the device, even the baby monitors tracking what the internal injuries would later prove. Does that make sense? Because he's
aware of her room, so if he just always has to do is think of her scenario that his head.
Why would that matter though? Why would that matter? If he just killed them, if he just says, he could just say that she killed him and then he killed her in the bedroom. Like, what if he's just going to take an account for it? Why not just separate it? Why would he even put her in there? Does that make sense? If she's in the bedroom, what would be the point of him adding her in there? He could say, I walked in on her and saw her, and then we started fighting. I brought her back to the bedroom. Like, there's just so many scenarios that could have played out. That
we could do that from any side. What you're doing, you could do that with anything.
Right.
I just think there's so much more.
But when it comes to accounting for the internal injuries, and you have to think about that. Even DA Rourke got in front of the court and he said, there's no fibers. The blanket that he's saying in the second confession that he used was Celeste's Yankees blanket. It's a very big blanket that was actually seen on police camera at home and was still in the home. So even that detail doesn't match, and there were no fibers.
Another one. I'm almost 100%.
Yeah, they had two of them.
No, they only had one. They had one Yankees blanket. They had one Yankees blanket only. I promise. I mean, like I said, you don't have to take my word for it, but I'll just tell
But
you.
how would you know? I don't even think Cindy would know. Like, how would you know how many blankets that they had? Though that's why I'm confused.
Because it was just.
So if you could throw, I mean, where is it now? I mean, where are all this? Where are the?
It was still at the house. I mean,
it's in the trash, and he threw
exactly. All this means is he's a liar. Maybe he didn't use the blankets. It just means he's a freaking liar, and we can't believe anything. And not his new confession either.
Right.
But one thing I do believe is everything that we've seen. He's definitely involved. I mean, I think he did it all, but some people think other people were involved.
Right.
But come on, just look at the whole situation. I mean, I don't know.
I said, I know, I get it. And I'm not upset with you guys or even judge you guys for thinking what you do. I get it. You guys are, I'm not even, like I said, I'm definitely not trying to have this conversation to convince anybody that you're wrong, I'm right. It's not that. I 100% respect your opinions and your view on it. As a matter of fact, that's what I said in your chat earlier is I, as a person who looks at this case, like almost like in an obsessive way, like that's my favorite part about this case is listening to people just like you, because it makes me have to go back when I hear something new and say, okay, how does that fit in? How does it fit into the forensics? How does it fit into, because when you try to debunk any scenario, I have to debunk not only the physical evidence, but how he would have come up with a story that matched the physical evidence. Like all these different components. When you're trying to, on a forensic side, debunk a situation, you also have to take in, I'll kind of explain it like this. If I was like a shooter going into a bank, okay? If I have someone with me and we both walk in and we're shooting, yes, I could say that we were both shooting, but would that person be able to account for what I had just done? Could they say, well, Kim started at this room, this person? No, like that's where it changes. So that's where when you get into a forensic examination, like I said, a lot of people, when it comes to forensics with this case, they're emotionally attached to the outcome. And so it's very, very, very hard for them to change their opinion. They don't want to look at forensics because they say, oh, he confessed the second time. I believe that. Well, that's an emotional response, because if you believed it off of evidence, you would never say that. You would say, absolutely, everything about that's a lie, because it doesn't match forensics at all. So, or even
the questions that we've asked you, such as, why was their master bedroom sheet used? And did he really carry her all over the upstairs and then struggle?
He just says he walked her into. He just says he took her in the room and laid her down face down because he couldn't look at her.
He couldn't make it up with her without dropping her, he said. So I don't understand the things like that can't be answered. How does that not bother you or conflict with this theory?
Well, I mean, if you're thinking about him, so if you're thinking about him just going into the room and laying her down, I mean, you could say easily, like, why didn't he just put the comforter around her or the top sheet? Because there's multiple sheets. He goes and lays her down. I'm sure their sheets are pulled down, and then he just takes the sheet off and then takes her out. Like I said, I can only give you
why, because she was sleeping or she was under the covers. That's why.
How
she was in the bed, so that's why.
Answer those questions and be okay with your theory, though.
Wait, say that again.
How can you not even have an answer for those questions and be okay with that?
Well, I mean, like I said, the answer is, I mean, he took her out in the bottom sheet. So I don't know what other answer I need from that, because it would explain her being the bottom sheet. He says he put her in the bed, laying her face down. So, I mean, even like the girls' bedrooms, I know Nicole Kessinger said in her interview that Chris had mentioned something about the girls' bed smelling. And that was not like, she was like, why would that happen? Because, like their house is very, very clean. Clearly that could be from some type of injury, killing them at the house, them having that. Like I said, the detail that the fact that she was in her sheet, like I said, him saying he took her in the bedroom, laid her face down because he didn't want to look at her, would make that is very plausible, especially even if you're looking from a maybe standpoint, like circumstantial evidence, it still fits. His story of what happened in Bella's bedroom, hearing the noises downstairs, and they did cut out, they redacted the part when Chris says when he was downstairs, he thought Shanann got up to help one of the girls go to the bathroom because he heard noise. I think that they redacted the part where it mentions her being, he heard her up there. Which, like I said, we want to also, now I will tell you this, we could get everything unredacted. And I mean, that's what we want. We want everything open. We want everything available so that everyone can have answers too. And let me tell you something, what Chris is saying so far, based on what's unredacted, it matches. Now, there's only, for someone like me, would say, well, the prosecution did a lot of things that don't add up for a guilty case. Like the fact that they can have 2 crime scenes, like they based the charges against Chris on evidence that they had to convict him, which means that supposedly had evidence that the girls were then, he says in the courtroom that they had a video, they took him out. There's, he brought the bodies out, put them in the truck, which means they're dead. That's what they charged him with. And then now they're saying that there's evidence for now a different ending to that. I mean, that in itself for anybody, regardless, even this case, is like, well, wait a minute. I mean,
have you seen the unredacted?
Huh?
Wait. Have you seen the unredacted?
We want that though. And that's part of with Chris's 35C. As we get those things, we've said that we will put that stuff and make it available. Like I mentioned on the channel before, is Janie with Scott.
You argue an unredacted,
and that's what you're arguing about. Something that you've never seen.
Because the autopsy, the autopsy's right here. The autopsy.
I have a question. This is Keiko question.
Cool.
Awesome question. Would you let Chris watch your kids?
Yeah.
Really?
You have to think about it. That's a no. I don't know that answer.
No. I mean, this is the reason why. I mean, even anyone that knows him, anyone that was even around Chris with this whole situation, everyone said, if this was happening, clearly you have to take away all these, mental words that they've tied to him, like narcissist, all these different things, because clearly if he was a narcissist, he wouldn't have taken the blame. He'd have fought this thing to high heaven, and he didn't do that. Even in all these other things, he would be wanting to share and be in this public spotlight, and he hasn't. He literally has not done that. But everyone has said, was this a one-time thing? I mean, I guess it's a question for you guys. Do you guys, from what you guys know, and from whatever, do you think that this was an isolated incident? Was it only because of Nicole Kessinger, or was this something that no matter what, at some point in his life, you guys believe that he would have snapped and done this to somebody else? So I guess that's a question for you guys too.
I think it was isolated, but I think there could have been an event that made him an event like this, but I don't think he's a serial killer. I think he has this urge to kill now.
Right. And that's why I guess my answer is that, for that exact reason. I don't believe that. Do I think that everything boiling up to this night was horrific? Yeah. And I've said that before. I mean, there's a lot that everyone can learn from this. I mean, Shanann was very upset. Her friends knew that. And I have said this before, there's so many headlines in these cases that these things are happening. And maybe what we need to learn from this is to, when people are emotional, like step things down, maybe instead of encouraging each other and, building each other up in this animosity and this frustration, maybe we should slow down. I mean, I wish that Nicole Atkinson would have said, Shanann, you're super upset. Go home with me tonight. 100%. We wish that 1,000 different outcomes, things could have been changed.
I thought about it. And there are times where I think, no, I don't think he would have done it outside of that boiling pot, the planets lining up. But then there's other times where I think if he could be pushed at that point, he could have been pushed later on.
Okay, so that's my question.
Yeah, exactly.
So that then is in reference. I think you're saying that in reference then to. So I guess I need to be clear on what you think. Are you thinking specifically that he, like the Wisconsin thing where he was there, she said you're not going to see the kids again and snapped and killed her, or are you thinking that's premeditated and he just wanted to kill the whole family? What is your? I guess where does your opinion come from? What side?
I think it was premeditated.
Okay, perfect. So what do you think?
I think that he got backed in a corner. He really liked this woman. His marriage was not great, actually. In, I think his eyes, it was awful. and he was wanting away from her, and he did not know how. He found Nicole, and he went head over heels for her, and then he couldn't mesh those two worlds together, and somehow he had to make a decision. And I believe that he was such a coward that he couldn't face her, and she was a kind of an overbearing person at times, and I think he was afraid to tell her, and he took it to this extreme to keep from having to do that, and get away from the financial obligation, the emotional obligation, and everything else that he could have given to Nicole, who wanted the first with him.
Right. I get, okay. So then so is that under the opinion that, all right, so you know that Nicole was aware that he was married, right? And had kids?
Yes.
Okay. In her confession, I'm not sure if are you familiar with her confession or with her interview? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay. When they put that theory out there, I mean, that the whole theory started because the DA thought that no one knew, it was a Scott Peterson thing, that no one knew that there was a separation, that they were having problems, because even when they got there that morning, Nicole says, Chris is talking about a separation, but she didn't know that. Well, clearly we see now that she was very aware of all these things going on, but I get it. You're not trying to disclose everything because you're not thinking the worst. You're not thinking it's going to be this crime. So I get the reason for holding those things back, but
she thought there was a chance, though. She thought they were working on it. They were supposed to go away on that weekend trip. She even said, "Oh, thanks for letting you hold me." She thought that they were. She had hopes. She had hopes, and
I totally agree. Yeah, I see that. So, I see that, and I know even with her
and their very last text, what they were going to have for dinner.
Yeah.
Can I ask you something? People keep asking me this, and I just got to get it out. Sure. Why did you inject yourself into this case? Like, why did you reach out to the Watts? And what is your goal? What is your goal here? Just to get a new trial for Chris? Or
originally it was literally just that I know that area very well. And when they had already discussed things happening in the case that had happened, like when that statement was released in that group, that this person that was leaked information from the jail of Chris's true confession, but they went out that night and told the news that he'd confessed to everything. I was like, wait a minute, there's an issue. And so honestly, it was just I reached out as because I'm from the area and my family's from the area, it was more like, wow, like this is a very, very small town, very, very small area. And it's just out of like condolences for the situation, because it was so much and it was so widely advertised. And when you're in that little area, it's kind of like, I don't know if you guys have ever lived in a small town, but you just have that sense of community. Like you're just reaching out, on different sides and sending condolences. And then I don't know, a conversation just happened, like literally very organically, but just from the beginning. And I had already said, like, there's some issues with how this is going already, because
did you run in?
Huh?
Did you see them out in public, or did you call them? How did that happen?
No, it was just a message online on Facebook.
Oh, okay.
But then, like I said, I don't even know. To be honest, I think I have to go back to really realize how it happened, because it just happened. So, they had been messaged by thousands and thousands of people. I don't know why my message to them stood out or why that progressed, but I do have a lot of family and friends with a bunch of different backgrounds that would be able to help them with this kind of case. And so as things were happening, they would just be asking me for advice. Like, hey, what about this? Because like Ronnie, when Chris got arrested, Ronnie was under the impression that he was leaving that night. And then when he was leaving, like, I'll be back tomorrow to talk to you. So that was his impression, that he was coming back to jail tomorrow to help Chris. And then clearly they never let him talk to Chris again. They wouldn't even let him, nothing, didn't even know where he was at. And so that kind of raised some red flags, like very quickly, like, wait, what's going on? Like, why all the secrecy? Why? You have to realize that Ronnie just heard what Chris said. And so to go back to a hotel room and then hear on the news, breaking, 2 high-ranking officials from here have announced that Chris just confessed to killing his whole family. Ronnie was like, wait, what happened? Like, what I missed? Like, what's going on? Because that's not what had just happened. Does that make sense? And so he goes back to the jail and he's like, hey, where's my son? You can't talk to him. And so then it started to incite like this panic of like, okay, what's happening? Like what, you know, I can't talk to my son. They just released this very big statement that's not in line with what literally just happened 20 minutes ago. What's going on? And so I think that it just, my relationship with them just kind of snowballed from there. But I mean, trust me, from the very beginning, my friendship with them had nothing to do with me looking into evidence, bringing in people that I knew that had experience in these different areas, looking at, you know, understanding.
So when did it begin that? When did you start planning this?
September is when I saw the messages from Tammy Lee in the big chat. There's a big group on Facebook, and I saw someone screen capture and put them in there. And I was like, wait a minute, that is absolutely, you can't do that. And with her being a CBI person, that is 100% across the line. And his defense team had already started putting in paperwork and like things to the judge saying, hey, we believe that there's been a breach of protocol, that there's information being put out there that's not supposed to be out there. It's putting prejudice out there. And they want this investigation. Chris being in jail couldn't, as you read in the paperwork, couldn't do the investigation himself. And they are wanting this. And so it became
the information.
Huh?
But what is your goal? So is your goal, what is your ultimate goal for this? Do you want Chris to be out of prison? I mean, what is your
no, I mean, like I said, even with the DA like bouncing sides, like, hey, like this is what we have enough to take to the judge. I'm putting it in front of the judge. We have evidence to convict you of this, basically an indictment. And then to be able after a Wisconsin confession say, oh, change of crime scene, change of itinerary. I mean, that doesn't work out. And so honestly, I think it just became more of, and like I said, you guys have your different opinions of Shanann or how that relationship was or her temperament or whatever. I see things differently. And I'll also look at, like I said, the autopsy. There is a lot unredacted, but what we do have, I mean, I guess that's the point is if what is released really does corroborate the things that Chris was saying about their relationship, about how Shanann was, about what they were experiencing in their relationship. If the autopsy forensically matches his story, then it is more like bring to me. I've said this, if anyone out there listening to this, even right now tonight, has any type of expertise in the medical field, in forensics, in any of this that can come and bring me legit, like another analysis that would make sense and account, because anyone that's either in law enforcement or in forensics knows what I'm saying. Like they're going to know you have to not only to match forensics, but then be able to break down his ability to tell a story that would match using different, like the noise, hearing the noise downstairs, it being earlier when it went downstairs versus later, because if he said later, it wouldn't make sense because CC wasn't the one thrashing around. So when you're looking at literally like a crime scene, like you just have to know, like that is very important, especially when it comes to a conviction, when it comes to circumstantial evidence. So
you also have to separate probable from possible.
Right, 100%. Absolutely you do. Absolutely you do. I totally get that. And so I think for this case, I mean, like I said, when I first saw that stuff with Tammy being out there, and then as time has passed and just like the DA, when they got up in front of the courtroom, there was, I mean, you have to think about if you just take away the fact of the emotional connection to the case and just look at the steps that that had happened, you know, they got up in front of the court. Number one, the Watts should have been recognized as victims from the beginning. Had they been recognized from the beginning, like the Rusicks were, and not just, they had it also because of Shanann, but the grandkids, there would have been a lot more for the Watts. Every step of the way that the Rusicks were informed, the Watts would have been. And clearly that would not, they did not want that. Does that make sense?
I'm going to add Keiko to the stream, but I just want to, can I just, Emilu, I don't know what your last name is. Nobody is timing you out. That's what slow chat is. Slow chat is you're not going to be able to type until 35 seconds. So I just went through and nobody has timed you out because I could see it on my side. You have not been timed out at all. It's just a slow chat. I did it because chat was moving too fast. So therefore you can only chat every 35 seconds. So if you try before, it won't let you. So yeah, nobody's timing you out, just so you know how that works. Okay, so we're going to add Keiko. She wants to ask you a couple questions. Cool. Keiko in the house. Hi. All right.
Can I finish what I was saying though real quick about Gene Powers in the courtroom?
The
Let me
what
just
now?
finish that thought real quick where I was going with that. Gene Powers got up in the courtroom as like the attorney for the Watts. You guys have probably all seen that when the attorney came up there.
Yeah.
Well, when she got up there, that is a part where we also be fighting on the Victims' Rights Act in Colorado. She got up there and said very boldly that the Watts had been with the assistant DA the night before, were shown all this evidence, and that they changed their mind against Chris. And that was a complete lie. They actually only told Ronnie and Cindy they had a theory. That was it. They just showed there was zero evidence. There was zero evidence even shared with the judge.
Everything you're saying, yeah, maybe there's some stuff handled not the way it should have been handled, but that doesn't mean that means Shanann killed her kids, you know?
But here's the point, though. There's nothing that says she didn't.
There's nothing that says she did, though.
There's nothing that says she didn't. But when you're looking at a case like this,
Kim, there's nothing that says that a lot of things didn't happen. I mean, that you can't. That's
right. So when you're going into a case, and that's the point, is he wants to go back to the beginning because certain things were done the way that they were. I mean, unfortunately, that's the justice system. He does have the right in the justice system to go back and to have a chance to do this.
He doesn't have the right to go back after he's confessed.
Yeah, he does. He has a 35C.
Has he filed his 35C?
He's going to be filing it probably in the next 2 months. Yes, that's what this process is for. Is he is going back with the 35C. And so if you watch, go ahead.
My first question, and it's kind of the least important question, but when you said it would, you'd wish that her friend Nicole Atkinson had. What did you say? That you wish she'd asked her to?
No, I was saying
down?
in any situation, like if there's stuff to learn from this, when they're saying that that she's very emotional and all this stuff's going on, I think we need to get into a culture instead of instigating and I'm just saying something that could have happened is if she was more upset than they'd ever seen her upset. I think that would have been a good time to say, let's have a girl sleepover. I'm just saying de-escalate. We should, because we don't need this happening.
We don't have much evidence that's not his testimony. We don't have much evidence, but we do have the camera footage of her coming in that night. She was not upset.
Yeah, and I don't see that there was any evidence of any escalation that had led up to maybe a big fight. When she got home, they were discussing dinner for the next day.
No, I mean,
right. And we have the texts and we have the camera footage from the
right. And all they said was she was distraught, that they'd never seen her like that. And to me, distraught is a visibly there's something.
And she was sick. I guess they said she was upset because of the whole charge, right. That charge she saw them.
Yeah. So, I mean, that's what I'm going for. They're saying she's distraught and this is happening. And obviously they're concerned about the charge. Obviously that's a conversation going back and forth. I'm just saying, I'm not saying that shame on her for not doing that. I'm saying if we can learn something from a case like this, because obviously everyone's emotionally involved in this case, I think we need to also think about things we could take from this. I'm just saying simply is if we have friends in our lives that are overly emotional, and we know, because clearly Shanann was also giving an account for their relationship a little bit different to different friends, which I think everyone does that. So everyone had a little bit different information as far as the depth that they knew what was going on. But I'm just saying, I just wish even on that side, we've talked about the Chris side. I mean, I just wish even on that side that someone would have just been like, you know what, you're very, very upset. They all said that they'd never seen her that upset before. I'm just saying, I wish in those situations, we all have girlfriends that come to us and confide in us. And we're like, oh yeah, screw them, forget that. Maybe we just need to think about de-escalating is all I'm saying.
But we're not all murderers just because she was so upset. Most people aren't going to murder their own kids because they're so upset. And I don't think Shanann has it in her. She's not a murderer.
If you go back to, are you saying though that he's a murderer or he just had that night happen and he snapped?
I'm saying that he has it in him to do it. He is. He's not a serial killer, but he's a murderer. Yeah,
I get that. I get what you're saying. I totally get what you're saying.
Right. So she told him in the text, she told him to pack the girls' backpacks for school the next day.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I mean,
That's what I'm saying. It was the next day. Daycare, school, same difference.
Yeah, I mean,
the same thing.
But their morning hadn't finished. That was the part, is that Chris had gone downstairs to start, but then because of their conversation, went back upstairs. Like his morning wasn't, if he would have not done that, the morning would have still progressed. He wasn't done being downstairs. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So if he was going to be doing anything for their day, period, like I said, based on his account and what she even told friends, is they weren't supposed to be going to school or daycare that day because they couldn't afford it. They were literally like had zero money for that. They hadn't even paid their mortgage yet. And those are things that Chris obviously was unaware of a lot of that stuff. He had no idea.
His mom called. She called the school to look. No, they were starting. She called the school to look for them, and
her mom did. Her mom did.
And Chris called the school to
cancel
on Monday because they were supposed to be there Monday. They were starting Monday.
Okay, but then you go back into Shanann's text messages where she tells her friends they're not going to school. So like I said, those are the little details that we literally want all the text messages and things like that out. I mean,
but you said you didn't see the redacted thing. So then how do you know what it says though? That's why I'm not following.
Wait, say that again?
See it through what?
Say that again?
You said you didn't see those redacted texts yet, but then you're quoting them with the stuff that's in it.
It's in the discovery. She does say that she was not sending the kids back to school on that Monday.
I thought you just said it was in the redact. Okay, I thought you just said something.
No, sorry. No, sorry. We've only have the same evidence, or anything you guys have is all that we have.
Wait. They were going to be taken out of school because Shanann couldn't afford it if they split up. Now, they were talking about moving to Broomfield, Brighton, all this stuff during a discussion from his own admission, too. And so they also were supposed to go away that weekend. So it doesn't quite look like they're not going to try to work it out. So that doesn't make sense that she would yank them out of school then. She was yanking them out of school because she couldn't afford it on her own.
She took them out of school in the 5 weeks that she was in North Carolina, and and Frankie Sr. commented on this. It saved her money.
Yeah.
That had nothing to do with August 13th.
Right.
It was from late June through July that it's those 5 weeks of being with family in North Carolina that saved her money. But that's a minor question. A big question I had, a couple of big questions that I had.
Yeah.
And I might have missed it because I was trying to keep up with the chat, so I may have missed the answer. Zav might have already asked it, but so a lot of the debate goes back and forth about, and I don't get really into the physical autopsy of how the girls were killed, but what are your credentials in dissecting an autopsy report like that? Because I've heard physicians and licensed morticians go through the autopsy, and it's almost opposite or quite different from the way you take it, the way you've explained it. But are you a nurse?
No, I mean, I'm not going to go over my credentials on here. Well, and I'll say this too. What I've put together as far as reading the autopsy cannot be read differently. It can. No, it certainly can. No. When you say the friendly limb is disrupted, that you're just reading what it says, period.
No,
you can't read that differently. But me putting a reenactment to it, that could be done differently. What do you mean that could be done differently? How can that be read differently?
So no, it can be read differently. Someone who's a licensed professional and who is even considered an expert witness by the state of Colorado or from any other state can testify whether or not the injuries are consistent with certain types of either smothering or strangulation.
That's different than I just said. That's different. You're talking about then what they would account for. I'm saying to you that when you read the autopsy,
right,
and you talk about what's there, yes, right, that in the opinion section, I've discussed that even with the toxicology reports. Can someone get up on an expert and say, hey, could this be from this? Absolutely. I mean, they could call it 15 different witnesses and say that, yes, anyone could account for, like you guys are already acting out, their hand could be this way. Could it be this way? Could it be this way? Absolutely. Absolutely. People can come up and say that the cause of that, like Cece's collapsed lung. I mean, I don't think anyone I had never even seen that mentioned until I put out my video. I don't know if someone had mentioned that before. That wasn't something people were talking about as far as her having a collapsed lung. I think people were really focusing on just Bella's injuries. I mean, I don't think they even mentioned it. I'm sure they didn't mention it in the courtroom. And so, yes, could people come together and say, account differently? I mean, there's a lot of different ways a lung could collapse, especially in asphyxiation. Yes. So
I guess my question was, I know you don't want to get into your credentials on here,
Yeah.
that's okay, but do you, if it were me and I was putting forth this type of information, which seems to be based in credentials, are there any
Yeah.
that you'd want to share to just
There's a
support?
lot of credentials that went into this. Yes.
Are there any of you, like, if it were me and I had the credentials to support these theories, I would certainly want to present them. I'd want to say that this is why I know this. This is why I know more than other people, so I'm sharing it. Do you have credentials that you'd want to share?
Clearly, just going through an autopsy and reading through it and describing what these things are, I mean, that should give you a level of I'm understanding more than an average person if I'm talking to you about specific things and giving you also an opinion of what could account for. Like I said, what I put together, even as far as the reenactment. I mean, I've never.
So you
said
don't have any, but you don't. I just want to make sure because I have read through it, and I've never thought that I could make any judgment based on what I'm reading as to what happened. But I have listened to experts.
Whether it comes to credentials or not, and they only have an opinion either too. They only could testify on their own opinion of it. It doesn't matter. Doesn't even matter if you have 15.
Well, no, they've read the medical journals and they've had the experience of performing autopsies
but let me tell you something.
Having to testify.
But you're going to have a defensive person and an offensive person who will testify, and they're in the same exact category to two different situations. That's how court works. So you can have two doctors, and they're going to bring them up and say, "Is this consistent with this?"
Sure.
And they will give both sides. So that's what I'm saying.
Which is why I was asking if you were a doctor or if you were a licensed mortician or if you had performed autopsies, because if that's the case, then some of the differing opinions that I've heard on the manner and the method of the murder would be debatable for you.
Well, I think when it comes to this crime, like I said, I would love any other person, any other forensic expert, any other person to put together because that's what they would do anyways. You go into court. I mean, that's what it would kind of come down to. There's always reenactments. A lot of times, not always, but there's a lot of times there's reenactments. So they, like I said, on the opposing side, take it from the DA's mouth. I mean, he even changed the outcome. So clearly there wasn't evidence that they even could produce on their side, or they would have to the judge. They didn't have that, and they still don't have that. And they still have to come forward with that. Does that make sense?
They did not need an evidentiary hearing because he pled.
He pled out first.
Right.
Right. But what I'm saying is even a judge taking a plea deal, you're supposed to have evidence. You're supposed to have even his account for what happened. And that never happened. So,
he signed an affidavit. He signed a
right, but he didn't sign it. He didn't sign a guilty plea. He didn't sign a confession. He signed a plea deal. That's different. He never did it. He never wrote out, and DA Rourke even said that this would not have happened. This plea deal would not have gone through if we asked Chris to account.
So that makes him innocent. I mean, he's a liar. He's a freaking.
How does that make him guilty?
Yeah. How does that make Shania? I don't get how that. I don't know.
Like I said, no matter what, there's always going to be two sides. So I guess that's the point. Is I'm just like you're not going to change my mind probably to your side. It's the same thing. I mean, but I love when people say, "Hey, you know what? This bruising right here on her mouth. Is there something else that could have caused that? Can you count somehow else for like the no fibers? First, there was no fibers. They said there's no fibers. Now with a blanket over it, clearly that would be fibers. So say that was even on the defense, like people are going to pick those things apart. I mean, if you have a blanket like that was used, your hand is over it, it's closest to their mouth. They're going to be able to trace some of those things, So, I mean, like I said, I mean, I'm just giving you all I can give you.
So
is
I guess the only warning I would have was that you come across and as someone who is expert, and it's dangerous to give these theories with an air of confidence that they are coming from a place of being an expert in them. So
there's a lot of experts that went into this. That's why I can say that. I mean, this by no means is some juvenile put together. I mean, like I said, I've never even seen, if you want to even dumb my stuff down to these, like the worst put together thing, I still haven't seen someone else put something else together that could debunk what I put out. That's all I'm saying. So if someone has,
we're telling you that just because
who's done a reenactment, I would love it.
Well, I'm not going to do a reenactment, but just because he described how he killed her when she was on their side does not mean that she had to be in Cece's room. Like that doesn't. I'm telling you, I don't need to reenact it. I'm not going to reenact it. All you have to do is just reenact it and say that happened on her bed and not on Cece's. I'm not going to do that.
But then that goes into you guys saying that the girls walked out alive. So did he kill? That's my whole point is
he said
you
that.
have to decide what story you're going to go with. If he killed them in their beds, then that's one story. If he killed them, they walked out. That's my point is you would need to account for all of those things that you're saying.
No,
what does that have to do with
Bella? I said
has different
Bella
theories.
was the one killed at the oil site, and I said I was on the fence about Cece, but that still doesn't explain. It explains that Bella was alive, but I never. I mean,
I think all you guys have a different. I'm not saying
we do, but we all do, but that doesn't mean.
Yeah. Well, I'm not.
But,
that's my point. Is I'm not saying you guys all have the same opinion. I think that you guys. It sounds like you guys have a different opinion.
So,
we all agree that we don't think Shanann did it, though.
Right. That's fine. I mean, that's fine. Like, that's the point. That is fine. That I've never said you have to, or that you're wrong, or shame on you for believing that. Absolutely not. There is absolutely multiple sides, and even on both sides, even on the Watts side or the Rusick side, there even within those communities. There is 100 different versions of what happened. So, I mean, it's not
99.9% of them all agree that Shanann did not kill those children. That's
fine. And that's fine. That's fine. But that doesn't stop Chris from being able to go back and do a 35C.
No,
are you thinking that he shouldn't go back and do that, or what? I guess what's your opinion of that?
Yeah, did he already file? Is it it's in the process?
No, he's going to be filing in a couple months. He's not. We're not ready at that point yet. I mean, there's a lot of things that go into his 35C. It's not just one thing. There's a lot that's going into it. It's not, I mean, there's stuff even with Gene Powers that's going to be filed stuff separately, besides even a 35C with the Victims' Right Act. There's a lot going into it. It's not.
Is one of them going to be that it's because Shanann did it? That is going to be one of the, I mean, you're going to bring that up in the 35C.
Yeah, that's the same thing he's going to go back with. That's his same, that hasn't left.
So Kim, with your I saw the video with your reenactment with the video with the monitor, and I mean I completely believe that if you have a monitor and you're looking at it, of course you know the angle. I mean that's silly to say. If you're going to describe to the to Tammy and Coder, oh, this is how I saw her. Well, it's how you probably saw her go into that room 100 or more times to comfort them, or of course he's going to have the correct angle in his mind, but that's not my question. My question is, so if he saw that, and I guess we've discussed, why wouldn't you call 911? Of course. Why wouldn't you try to resuscitate them? Why wouldn't you do anything? I mean, there have been multiple times children have died and parents are trying an hour and a half later to still
100%. Oh, I get that. I have a lot of family in medical field. I get that. I get that. Absolutely.
An hour later, they're still trying to revive their child. So I guess we've all questioned, why didn't he do that? But why would he bring them to oil tank? No, my question is, why would, if he didn't do it?
He just took him to work that morning. But let me go back. I'll answer a couple different
No. If he didn't just bring them to work that morning, why, if he did not do that to them, did he carry them up and put them in an 8-inch hole into a vat of oil? Why?
The only answer I can give you that I know that he has said multiple times. Well, before I answer that, let me just say what you're talking about. So are you under the belief that I guess that's the biggest line. Are you guys under the belief that Tammy put this in his head, or
No,
that
my question was, why did he put
no,
them
but
in
hold on,
open-
I'll answer that. But are you under the belief that Tammy put this in his head? Yes or no?
He said that.
Okay, so if that's true,
But I'm
then
not-
how would it be possible for him if she within that 6 minutes just put that in his head that she was responsible? How is he able to create that and put it all together so the internal injuries match?
Because he
I mean,
felt
that's
an
what I'm
extreme
saying.
sense of
He didn't.
relief. He felt an extreme sense of relief when she opened that bit of comfortable, I might have an out here. That's all she did. She just like gave him a tiny, she take the pressure valve and she opened it a little bit and let a little bit of steam out. And he thought,
But
wow,
don't you realize
I'm
that
gonna
he
go,
could
this feels like it's not all on me right now. This could have happened. But that's not my question. If a father sees somebody do that to their children and then he can't save them, why would you take their bodies and put them in
well,
those battery tanks?
okay, let me answer that two ways. He also just commissioned a crime himself. I mean, are you saying that are you asking why he, when he saw that, didn't stop and like go downstairs, make a phone call? Is that what you're saying? Or are you saying after he put his hands on her, did he not call? Which,
Anything.
I
At
mean,
any
Put
point,
put a sheet over them.
at any point, why
Think
didn't
I mean, I don't, that's what I think you guys are trying to get out of me, an answer that will emotionally satisfy your guys' side. There isn't
No.
that. Even
No,
Chris
it's
himself.
prove your theory that you're promoting.
No. What I'm saying is you want these answers that you think that Chris already has that will satisfy your side. Chris doesn't have those himself. He put them in the vehicle and left that morning. That's it. I mean, he was, by every count that he says, out of his freaking mind. He didn't know what was going on. And he's in and out of this stage of like, is this real? Is this not real? Because even him saying, his answer to why didn't he call 911? He says it. He literally just put his hands on his wife.
He was out of his mind, so we should give him a pass for that.
No, I'm not saying you have to. No, okay, let me explain this. This isn't about, I think you're thinking this conversation is about me trying to make you guys believe my side. It's not that. If you're just asking questions of why this side happened, then I'm only able to give you the side of why on this side.
I want to hear what your thoughts are for you to have this theory that I can't wrap my head around. I'm trying to understand your point of view to understand your theory, you know?
Yeah, I get that. I mean, I just think it comes from a different, just like you guys think you have a different like understanding of Shanann or their relationship or what's possible, it's not possible. On this side, there's also that. And there's also that because of things that have happened with this case. So, I mean, I don't know. It's like, why do you go to a movie and like certain things? Everyone has, even if it wasn't this case, I'm sure that we would disagree on other cases. I mean, it's not that one's right or wrong. I mean, you can think I'm wrong. Perfect. I'm not saying you're wrong though. I'm not saying you're bad for believing how you do. That
No.
was gathered
Well,
evidence.
you are saying we're wrong because you think Shanann did it, so that would make us wrong.
I'm not
right?
saying you're wrong, but I'm not. But you're
So you don't. Oh, so there's a chance that you're doubting maybe that Shanann did
No,
it.
I'm just saying I don't think that you are entitled to have your own opinion. That's
But you think our opinion is wrong.
well, I
If you
err on
think
the
yours
side of
is right, then you
yeah.
think, yeah,
I mean,
no,
yeah,
I agree. You're
of course.
entitled to have your own too. But
Kim, I
you
have
do
one more
think you're
question.
wrong.
And it
You're
won't
wrong.
have to be something that you'd have to speculate from Chris or something you wouldn't know. Would you let Chris watch your children?
Yeah, I've already answered that. Yes, I would for sure.
I must have missed it. You would.
Yeah, I just
Yeah.
still had the question. I answered. I asked him.
Yeah. And like I said, I guess that also goes back to anyone's belief of would this be something that you guys think, you know, why I answer that is that I do not believe that Chris is instinctively in his DNA a murderer, someone that was raised to eventually at some point he would do this. I don't think that. I think that there
not
are
every murderer is.
extraordinary.
Yeah, that's true.
I think there's an extraordinary amount of circumstances that went into the situation that caused a lot of this. So that's why I say that, because I don't think that if he didn't do it to Shanann, he would do it to somebody else. Like I believe that other people, if they didn't do it here, they were going to do it. They were more set to be like that. I don't believe that is Chris. So that's why I answered that way.
You don't think he could have gotten to that breaking point? Just that one time he could have gotten to that breaking point.
I'm saying, to answer her question, I don't think it would have happened again. I don't think that it's I'm saying I don't think if it didn't happen that night, it would another time.
But,
like, I don't
but
think
what about a situation similar to that, producing that kind of emotions and stuff? Then it could happen again, though. I believe it could, depending on the situation. I don't think he's a serial killer that he has an urge to kill, but he has it in him that if he gets pushed to that point, that he will kill for it. Like, it's ridiculous. He killed them twice. I believe he did.
Well, yeah, a lot of people think that. But I also look at the evidence on Shanann. I mean, typically when you see overkill in a situation, when it is that like a domestic relationship, there is typically overkill. And if you look at Shanann's injuries, there isn't that. So even Chris's version of being upset and having these things, he didn't like overly hurt her. Like, they'll say like when there's that, that rage.
I don't believe he snapped, though. He's very calm. We saw him that morning. He was very calm. I don't think he snapped. I think he just had a plan. He premeditated it. And I think it was when she was sleeping, there wouldn't be overkill. He just went, strangled her, choked her, and that's it. Why would he need to overkill? He's not like I don't think he was like raging, like, I don't look at it like that.
And like I said, that's what's hard is that
he was too cowardly to tell her about his girlfriend. So I can't imagine him being face to face with her and wrapping his arms around her throat, or whatever.
So that's a good point. You said that right there. So like I said, on you guys, I think that even between you three, I think that you guys might have a little bit different versions of what you guys also think. So it's kind of hard to, like, I'm trying to just answer for each of you guys, because I think you guys have a little bit different of feelings. But you just said it, though. If you have Chris, who was too cowardly to even admit that, I mean, you have to, if you're going to even play psychology in this, that's what's confused everybody, is it doesn't make sense. You have someone that, even by Shanann's account, had tried to have these confrontations when they were in North Carolina, and she couldn't get him to fire anything. Like, she was like, I can't get him to respond to me. I can't get anything. So, like I said, if you're looking for...
I know this sounds silly.
Oh my God, wait.
I've never heard the saying, be careful of the quiet ones. And
I've heard that. Yeah, absolutely.
Chris is one of those people there. He tried to sneak and kill her. He's that sneaky, cowardly type person. He's just not an assertive person. So he sure didn't, I don't think, went to her face and put his hands or confronted her. Even if he saw her choking Cece, if that was the case, I still don't see him having spine enough to pull her off and choke her. I don't see him doing that. He snuck up on her and did it because he was in a pinch himself. He couldn't mesh his worlds together, and they were getting ready to collide.
Well, and but then you look at even Nicole Kessinger, and she even denies their account for that when they took that to her, that he killed his family for you, she goes, that doesn't make sense. There's no way. I knew he was married. What was he going to do? Say they're just gone for good? Because she was looking for apartments, one that had a playground for the girls. So you also have to take into that account, because that was the story that no one knew about her. No one knew they're having problems. No one knew that they were even discussing any marital issues, and that he just killed her in a Scott Peterson type of way to just be with her. And she even herself denies that and says, well, that's not possible, because he couldn't just come to me basically tomorrow and say everyone's gone and her be okay with that. Because
how do we trust her even? I mean, how do we know that? How do we know that she wouldn't be okay with it? And I think Chris is so dumb. He thought he was gonna just say, "Oh, she disappeared," and somehow
he did say that.
Yeah, and he thought he was gonna get. I think he thought there's a possibility he would get away with it, or he wouldn't have tried it. And I think he thought the oil tanks was his best bet. And I think he would have went back and tried to get away, tried to think of a way that night to get rid of Shanann a little bit better. I think he was going to do something different, but he just was out of time. And I think he would have went back and did. I don't know if he would have tried to sit her in that
morning. He didn't have to come home that morning. I mean, clearly he could have stayed at work, because that's why
he did, because the police were about to break. They would have broken a window to get.
But he didn't have to come home. He could stay at work.
He
could
didn't
have
want. Yes,
if he
but
has any
didn't
chance
want-
of getting away with it,
Yeah,
he would have to, or they'd be like, "Why wouldn't you care
Exactly.
that your family's missing?" Of course,
Okay,
he
so
had
I have a question about that. Then. I have a question. I have a question.
He was panicking about what they found. He didn't want them breaking into
Okay,
the
I have a
house.
question. If that was true, then why did he hand over everything willingly? That's what I'm saying. You have to decide if you think he was trying to
He
conceal
didn't. Those investigators let him have that house all night. He didn't have to hand over anything willingly. He didn't.
Yeah.
And
no, not right.
After Nicole Kessinger taught him how to scrub his phone, and she scrubbed her phone, then they handed them over, and he didn't hand the house over. He had the house to himself because they didn't secure it as a crime scene. He didn't hand anything over. He never left that
No, sure he did,
interrogation
because
room.
he
He
didn't-
left in
he did
handcuffs. What
not
did he
do
hand?
it.
What could he hand over?
I mean, when
because he thought he was going to get away with it. He was that.
Okay, hold on a second. I can only answer one of you at a time because you guys all talk. I can't hear you on my side. What I'm saying is, when Chris never had to let them in the house, never had to let them go through anything, never. Every time they came to him with something, he always said, okay. That's my point. Is he never, I mean, even on the way home that day, when he left to go to a different site, I mean, he knew that things were out in the field, and he didn't stop on the way back home and get that. I mean, he should have. I mean,
That
if he
was
was
his game plan to play the innocent guy that's like, oh, sure, I'm this nice guy. Nobody's gonna ever say, oh, Chris did it. That was his plan to play that.
They had already found his.
I don't have
They
anything to hide. Search the house. I have nothing to hide, because what would they have really found? His DNA would be there, so it's not like they would have found.
Gotten search warrants. I mean, he knew that.
So he knew it's better chances to just go along with it and act like he's, oh, I don't know, like, if he.
Well, that goes to two sides, though. I mean, like I said, that goes to, if your thought is that he premeditated this, that's one thing. If you thought that he didn't, he snapped, that's obviously gonna be different, because both of those things take into two different outcomes at the end. So I guess it depends on what you guys are saying incoming happened to be able to.
I think he didn't count for Nicole Atkins. I think he thought he had all night. So I think he was going to go back and try to.
But then when Nicole Atkinson came into the picture, if he was at the site, why wouldn't he have taken everything with him and put it in the truck and thrown that stuff away also?
Taking what with him? To explain
the bags, the sheet, and the rake.
I don't think it was a dream that they would come out to his job site, especially that quick. And also, he used that rake for a marker for a reason. You can't tell me he buried his dead wife and stuck that there for no reason.
No, he didn't stick it. He broke it. He broke it. He broke it. He was swearing, and he hit it at the ground. Yeah, that's what happened. It stuck in there. He left it there. But what I'm saying is, he took his clothes and got rid of them. If he was going to conceal it, well, I mean, clearly he would know at that site where he buried his wife. I mean, it's not going to be hard to find. And it was right off of the little path. But what I'm saying is, why wouldn't he have taken that stuff with him when he took everything else? Because he could have left his clothes out there then too if he thought he had more time,
Time crunch.
I don't understand what you're asking. I'm confused what you're asking right now.
I'm just saying, why would he get away with it?
Because his coworkers showed up.
No, I'm talking about what specifically are you asking? Why didn't he take what where?
The rake that was broken, the plastic bags that were out there, and the sheet that he took her out in.
Oh, so why? Well, I think the sheet kind of blew away, so he couldn't go chase it when his coworkers were there. It was too late. Right. How would he have got it with his coworkers there? Like,
no, I don't have time. I mean, the wind that was that day was less than a mile an hour. It didn't blow it. I mean, he said he left it at actually right.
Yeah, but I think he made it just in time before they got there, so he could. I don't know. I just think that he just didn't have time to grab it.
After they left, I mean, they did leave to another site. I mean, on the way home, literally after he left, he could have stopped back by there and got the stuff. That's all I'm saying. I mean, he took his own clothes and threw them away.
Yes, he could have been scared. They'd see the GPS. Why did you go back there? Yeah. I mean, there could be many.
He had already put off coming home for about an hour and a half. He kept saying, I'm on my way. I'm on my way. I'm on my way.
Mm-hmm. Well, when Nicole first asked him, when she was first there, because she was there for about 40 minutes the first time, the phone call to come home wasn't then. They were just curious still where Shanann was. and then she left to the doctor's office
That's
to
right.
find if she was there, and then came back.
Then came
And
back.
they're only there for 30 minutes. So the phone call, when they tried to exaggerate and say an hour and a half ago, no, because they didn't even call him to come home until they got back to the house. And that's when she says, I called him. Well, that's 20 minutes. 20 minutes is all that time frame was, which is why he was able to show up about 20 minutes later when the officer's there. Does that make sense?
Right.
Time
Yes,
right
but on one of her phone calls with him, he did say, I'm 10 minutes away, and then 40 minutes went by and he didn't. So don't quote me on the minutes, but he was underestimating how long it would take him, because I don't think he had left the job site yet.
Yeah, because
So,
he,
yes.
I mean, in there, I know that Nicole says that he said that, but if you look at the actual, I think that was, maybe she was just speaking off the top of her head to say that. I don't think she was even trying to not account for it correctly. But like I said, she didn't have that conversation with him the first 40 minutes she was there, or during the doctor's office trip. It was only when she came back, and she was only there for, I think, 35 minutes total before Chris got there. So
You're right. Well, and it took
happening.
3 phone calls for her to say, you have to come home, because I don't think he was going to.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. He never said, he's never told me that he wasn't going to. I mean, he saw her on the doorbell camera when she was there the first time. He could
His
see
phone
everything.
alerted to that. Yes. Yep.
Yeah. So I mean,
what about the Oxy? People have been asking about that all night.
That
too.
was my next. Thank you. That was my next question.
We would love. Go ahead.
He admitted, and I'm sure you believe him, that he gave Oxy in North Carolina.
No, I don't believe that at all.
There was a phone call of him saying it too. Remember, somebody had a recording. It sounded like, I don't know. It sounded like he said he got it from the bin downstairs, or he got it from his house or whatever.
Let me tell you how Oxy came into play. And that's one of the things we cannot literally wait for when we get a chance to go back to court and getting the unredacted portion. I mean, clearly they pulled it from somewhere, and it doesn't specifically account. I mean, they put it where Chris's stuff is at, but they didn't do it like everything else. I'm like, come on, you guys, seriously. So that will be something that has been heavily talked about. I believe I was the first person to even mention the Oxy to Chris, and he didn't know what I was talking about. But when it came into Cheryl and Cadle coming into the picture, Cheryl and Cadle, that was after they had come out to Wisconsin. And like I said, I guess that's my point with those guys. If they were going out there, because it's their words, it's Tammy and Coder's words, and to Baumhover's account, that what he said there was true. Now, you guys even said no, because it doesn't match the evidence. So to me, that's also like a ding, 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 red flag. They are presenting to the media that Chris's account for what happened in Wisconsin backs up, and that's the true account for what happened. And I'm thinking they're just, clearly accounting for a lot of people not having the discovery and not knowing the autopsy and taking their word for it, which fine, that works, but it doesn't match. So when Oxy came up, that was with the Cheryl and Cadle. Do you guys know about her, the book lady?
Yeah. Oh yeah. I read the book. Yeah.
That came about with that whole era. And what Chris was doing there, people think that was like an additional confession. No, Chris was trying to recall whatever he had told them in the Wisconsin confession, because she made it clear in these visits. Now, I'll explain that whole situation. It was supposed to be a book about the testimony. That's what it was starting as. It was supposed to be, that's how it was set up. And then it kind of changed. I think the dollar signs kind of got in her eyes, and the things that she was saying to the family started to not add up. There was a lot of dishonesty there. And then even like I've listened to her recently about these accounts for Chris and how when she met him, how she felt. And I literally have a text on my phone where she was like, I met him and he's so kind and he melted my heart. And I'm like thinking, so that will all come out to you guys. I'm telling you, we're not here to like, we want everything out there. We are tired of all.
Cheryl made the Oxy up.
It was that conversation came up then. When she was saying, you have to tell me what happened or I'm not doing it, it became a threat at the very end of that book. And so Chris, as it was going on, when he had heard Oxy, same thing with the lyrics of Metallica. Those are all things he had no idea what people were bringing up. It was just, he had thousands and thousands of emails. So what he started doing is accounting for things to take responsibility for them, which fine.
What do you mean? I was in a Discover. He looked up the lyrics of the Metallica on that morning.
he
It was
did.
like 10 something. So what do you
Yeah,
mean he
but
didn't know what he was
But
talking
what
about?
I'm saying is, like, he didn't know. That was how he found out that was even mentioned. Nicole and him had been sharing lyrics, like, back and forth, and that was the last song that she had asked him lyrics for. And so that morning is when, I think, because he wasn't answering her text messages, she was saying, like, prove you're out there, because I don't think she even thought he went to work, because she knew that Shanann was coming home that night. And so he had to look him up because he couldn't even
Prove
remember.
you're out there. Why would she tell him to prove you're out there then? What was the
I think it was to see. I don't think she thought he went to work. I think that he'd already discussed with her that night. They had a long conversation, but there was discussion about that, just the temperament of things that were also happening. I think that she thought he wasn't going to be going into work that morning. Like, he was going to be staying home and probably dealing with some things with her. And so that text message was there. So what I'm saying is, a lot of those things, Chris had no idea why people were even mentioning that to him when they were writing him.
Wait,
He was like, I had people
he
mentioning.
looked up the song lyrics to prove he was at work.
No.
Okay.
When that morning, he wasn't answering her like normal. And so she was putting some pressure, like, what are you doing? Like, where are you at? And so she had asked him at one point, like, to prove that he was at work. Cause he's like, I'm at work. And she's like, prove it. And then from a previous conversation, they had been sharing lyrics for a few weeks. And that was the last one that she had asked him about. And so he had looked it up, the lyrics up, to send him back to her that morning. Like, kind of like I think at some point was realizing that there was some heat going on and he was filling up the time. Yeah. But as far as Oxy stuff goes, he had no idea about the Oxy. And even what he said, I think, to Cheryl and Cato, was that he put it in her balance. But then you see the text messages from her friends where she says that she had not taken balance for weeks, which is why she was so constipated and having issues with her belly, because she had not been taking it. So, I mean, that was literally from.
I thought I heard that she said that something about a headache. She had a headache and he gave it to her. For like it was.
Well, I mean, but
Shanann
took, to Chris's knowledge, I mean, the reason why she had the prescription was to help with her lupus. So it's not something that she was unfamiliar with taking, to Chris's, account for that. So it wouldn't be something that, like, maybe to someone who doesn't take it regularly, it might make you feel a certain way. But when that's something that she takes already as lupus medication, or to treat that or to help her with that, that's why, I mean,
pregnant.
Oxy to treat her lupus?
Not while she's pregnant.
I thought it was after her surgery. She had a few left that she got for her when she had her neck surgery. That's what I thought.
Yeah.
That's what I heard. I didn't know anything that she
where he got it anyway.
All his family knows is that was Oxy. I mean, even they just know that's how, when she was in pain, that she treated it. That was and it was from their account, lupus. That's all they know.
This is from the Watts account. Okay.
And from his, like, him as a husband, he's saying that's what she would take to treat her lupus or to help care for it.
So why?
So when asked
why
where
did
he got, why did he say he'd take it to the grave? Why did he say that? He never revealed where he got it. When asked where he got it, he said that's something.
It's not about the Oxy. It's not about the Oxy. There's a lot of things that he was talking about relationship wise. I think that's a lot of stuff that, like I said, through their conversations and Chris wanting his actual testimony out, it was like, kind of like when he was in Wisconsin, give me more details, more this, account for this. And so Chris started doing that. I mean, literally, it was just like, what else do you need? Like, what else do you want? He just wanted that book to be put out there. And I don't think his family was supposed to have an account, like, be able to read it and sign off on it. The things that he was writing weren't all necessarily supposed to go in there. It was like to get her to, because she said to him, if you say anything but you did everything and you can account for everything, I'm not doing this. I think she even published that in her book, that she told him that. So those are all things he was accounting for in to her as a, to get that book written. But I mean, like I said, when we're able to have that unredacted, trust me, we will put that out there because we want that out there. I mean, we want answers out there. Like I said, even if it comes out, we go back to court and there's all these things are against him. I mean, I would honestly think that they would have presented that to begin with and it wouldn't have changed their end crime scene. But like I said, things that he's responsible for doing, I 100% also believe he needs to pay for those things. It's just deciding which things he's responsible for. Like I said, I mean,
So I am the
for you. Do you have any romantic feelings?
no. Oh my gosh, no, that's so crazy. I get that all the time. No, I don't know why people think that that's like impossible. I know that Chris did have a relationship with somebody else at some point. That person's not in his life at all anymore. And there that will actually come out about why she was. I guess I could say that. That person reminded him of Shanann. That is, and it was like a kind of like I will say it like in my words, like a band-aid over a bullet wound. Does that make sense? Like, so as things got on, that was removed. So she's no longer there. And I have nothing against that girl. I don't know anything about her, but there was someone for a while and that person's no longer there.
Why you would date somebody, you'd get involved with somebody that reminded you of somebody that supposedly murdered your children. If that's what you believe, that don't make any sense.
It's actually, I mean, they've talked about it a lot. It's more of a coping mechanism. When you've lost something traumatic, it's like you want something back. You're looking for that back, which actually is kind of the opposite. Because typically like that, if he was trying to move on, then he would have been like, heck no, peace out, I'm gone.
He didn't lose it though. He gave it up voluntarily.
Gave what up voluntarily?
Her. He killed her.
Okay, but right, but that's well, your account for that, I get why you would say that. Absolutely. On my side, I don't see that. Like I said, I mean, even with Nicole, they were having discussions about looking for apartments. I don't think that, I mean, unless Chris was making a unilateral decision and just thinking that he was doing that only for her, then maybe if that's what your guys' opinion is, then you guys are absolutely entitled to that. Like I said,
he's just going on, right? Like it's like, that's how he is. Like he just does things out of what's normal. Like he was just doing that, waiting to kill her. Like, I don't think because he was talking about it, that's proof that he wasn't planning on killing her. It was just something that was normal, like he was just having that conversation because he was supposed to, but he was still planning on killing her. I think he was just working up that courage to do it, I think.
That's my question to you is what is your theory then on why he had to kill her? Because if Nicole knew about her, if they had already had these plans for that, are you saying it was just so that Chris didn't have to deal with that as like a distraction? Like what is
money, financial stuff. Definitely financially it would help him. Also, he even said that he never even told Shanann about NK. He wasn't even able to, but he was able to kill her. I mean, that makes no sense.
Yeah, he said he didn't want to hurt her anymore. He said that they were crying enough and didn't want to hurt her.
He didn't cry at all, man, until later on. I don't buy that. He wasn't even crying when he said what he did. Most people, you would think, when they finally get it past their lips of what they've done, there's going to be some emotion, and there's zero.
But let me explain that to you. Yes, but anybody else, absolutely. I agree with that. Like I said, if you know Chris, you know their family, I would say the opposite. If Chris got in front of those cameras and started bawling his eyes out, I'd have been like, guilty, because they're not emotional. Look at, for example, his dad. His dad is a perfect example of how they are. Cindy has said that their whole marriage, being married over 50 years, she's never seen Ronnie cry when his brother passed away. They just weren't raised with that emotion. They're so, I think emotion also comes from when you talk about people's emotions of highs and lows. When you go through those extreme like hills and valleys, that's what also initiates and triggers that emotion. But where they're so very midline and they don't have all of those things that peak that in them, I guess is a good way to explain that. So when you look at Ronnie in there, who's just hearing that, his grandkids have been killed, the situation with Shanann, he's like, I think he says like, oh my God, son. And then he goes right into, just like Chris, very in his phone, he's got to talk to his daughter. I mean, and he even goes back to work when he goes home, goes back to work. He doesn't even take time off. So when you look at a case, you have to understand who the people are you're dealing with. Like I said, had he cried any other time, if he'd gone up on there and even tried to discuss their emotional conversation and give details, I've been like, he's guilty, because he doesn't do that. If he would have cried in all these situations, I've been like, he's guilty, because it's not something that's a normal response from him. Now, behind closed doors in settings, is he emotional? Like, would he be with his wife? Sure. Is that something that he's going to go out there and put on display for most people? No. And I think you see, like in the last court hearing, when it gets to a point where, there's a lot of times where you see him like piercing his lips and swallowing hard. I know one of his friends, Nick Thayer, said, I don't know if you guys know about Nick and Amanda. Amanda's brother had passed away like really recently too when this happened. And everyone kept saying like, he's not emotional. He's not this, or he's acting different. Well, I mean, like I said, Chris is not an emotional guy, but Nick said when he came to the house that night to stay there, he said, I will never forget my wife's face the moment that she found out her brother died. And he says, that's exactly what I saw in Chris. So,
but their next door neighbor also said he's not acting right after being around him for 5 seconds.
Let me tell you something. His neighbor did not know them. And he's already.
Yeah, I agree. The neighbor did.
He admitted, I mean, Shanann had never talked to him and Chris had talked to him twice. They had zero relationship with their neighbor at all. And that's why we thought it was kind of interesting, to be honest, when by everyone's accounts, the whole diabetes thing with Shanann only came up that weekend. And when the officer was there, he came outside and was like, yeah, I know she's diabetic and something about her sugars. And we're like, how did you know that? Because it just happened. So we don't know if Nicole Atkinson had already talked to him or spoke with him. We don't know. But no.
But why is that a big deal if she did happen when she's trying to get a hold of Shanann and the neighbor comes out and
it doesn't
says,
matter.
hey, she's diabetic. I'm nervous. She wasn't feeling good the night before. I don't see why that would be a big deal.
I'm saying that as for people who might take it as like he knew the family well. No, he did not.
Oh, I see. I see. No, yeah, I agree. You could tell because I don't know why. That makes me mad that he lied about that though. When he said, "Oh, they're fighting all the time," why even lie? I mean,
I agree.
He admitted it, but
yeah,
I think he just wanted to be like important,
right. And he's
not in a malicious way, but yeah.
Right.
Kim, I do have one question. So
yeah,
I remember hearing recordings of Chris talking to his mom from prison, and he said when she tried to malign, at that point he was, I think, in Wisconsin, but I'm not sure. That's not important. What's important is that she was, saying bad things about Shanann. We know how she was, and kind of saying some not nice things, and he cut her off, which was probably the first time in any conversation he cut her off, and he said, please, I don't want her to be remembered that way.
That's how he is. That's how Chris is.
Let me finish. It was a genuine come to defense. Don't attack her character. I don't want her to be remembered that way. And that's, she was a wonderful mother. I forget what he said. It was genuine. The way he interrupted her, which takes a lot. Why would you do that to someone who killed your 2 kids?
He still says that? Because you have to realize, Chris, that's a great question. And I've been asked that a lot. And I'll explain it the best way I can explain it, that I've had this discussion with Chris many times, is just because this night happened, you have to realize Chris does take an enormous amount of responsibility in the fact that, like they said, they were having some issues. And Chris, when he was in North Carolina, said they were separating. He's telling his family he was done. They were separating, and like even she told her friends he wants a divorce, but just not right now. Like it's not going to happen instantly. They're going to separate and divorce later. So she was telling her friends that conversation was happening. This happening, Chris, in no way, just because it happened, it does not mean that he wanted it to happen or that he's mad. He takes more responsibility for what he did.
The explanation doesn't even have anything to do with the question. Why, if somebody takes away you're in prison for the rest of your life because of what somebody did?
It doesn't matter. He's not like that. He's not.
He is like that. If you're saying now he's going to turn it back on Shanann,
no, that's the case though.
Like
but that's only the case. That has nothing to do with. He'll discuss case stuff, but if someone starts to say, like, even when his mom still will have conversation about Shanann, he always cuts her off. Because obviously their parents, they're entitled to have their opinions of their relationship. Everyone knows there was a struggle. I mean, Shanann put it on blast with the nut thing. I mean, she put it out there for everybody. So there was everyone knew, even Nicole Atkinson's son at the door with the police officer was like, nope, she doesn't talk to her mom. I mean,
but it's a game changer when somebody kills your children. You don't come to their defense when somebody says something as it should be that should be very benign. We know
That's
how she
not
was.
true.
If he actually witnessed her killing her kids,
He takes responsibility for that happen. He takes
wouldn't come to
responsibility
her
for that
defense and say,
emotion in
"Don't
her.
talk about her like that."
But
Why
that's
would
how he is. But that's how Chris is. And you, like I said, you can't strip away who he is. That is innately who Chris is. Like I said, anyone else would
Let me
think
tell you
it was
something,
weird
Kim.
if
I
he
don't know
didn't
if
do
you have
that.
children or not. I don't know if you do. If you witnessed somebody killing your 2 children and then somebody said something like, "We know how that person was," as a dig, you would not come to their defense.
Let me just say this. I'm just thankful I don't have to be in that situation, because in any situation, everyone always says, you don't know how you would act or how you would be. I know how Chris is. I know his character. And the only thing I could say is that matches Chris's character. If he did anything but that, I would think that there was a problem. If he all of a sudden started trashing her and talking very negatively about her, I'd be like, what's going on? Because it's not.
But you
That
only
is
know
just
Chris
not his character.
post-murder. You only know him post-murder. You don't know really. I
No,
don't
but
feel like
I
you
mean,
don't really
but
know
that's
Chris. You know him after
a
this.
great-
And
that's a
he's
great
different
thing.
now. He's not just. I mean, he's into the Bible now. I mean, it's obviously he changed
Okay,
a
but
lot.
what
I
is your
mean, I don't
opinion
know
of
if
Chris
it's fake
before
or
that?
not.
Well,
Wait, what's that?
What's your opinion of Chris pre-crime? What is everyone's opinion of Chris pre-crime?
From the videos and stuff, I mean, I don't know, because videos could be deceiving, I guess, because you put on a face, and I believe it does seem like he's just going through the motions. It doesn't seem like he's very emotionally involved with his kids or Shanann. Like, he seems kind of emotionless a lot of the times on the videos.
Yeah, but if you look at all of their friends that are close to them, I mean, everyone would say he was known as like the best husband ever, the best guy to the kids.
He just did whatever I mean, he just did stuff for her, but he wasn't connected on an emotional level. I don't feel like.
Well, I don't think I could judge that. I'm not there to judge their connection. I'm not there to judge Shannon's connection to the kids. I'm just saying, by someone else's account of who Chris was pre-crime, I think they would say that they never thought this could happen. They never thought, this would happen. So what I'm saying is that Chris that everyone accounts for pre-crime that is how he is post-crime. Like, that has changed. If something was dramatically different, that's where I would tell you that I would think something was very wrong. If all of a sudden, because I clearly have more of an A-type personality, very out there, very and that's exactly the opposite of how Chris is. So if he all of a sudden became like my personality, I think everyone would be going like, what's going on?
But wait, you're saying this in a response to K Clo. Oh my God, I'm sorry. K Clo saying that oh my God, what am I?
Like she thinks that Chris should
that she interrupted Cindy, saying, basically defending Shanann. So that would go against his personality. Either way, for him to not say anything would actually go more with his personality. The fact that he came out and interrupted her actually goes against his personality.
The first
he
time
felt
he
so
interrupts
passionately
her
about it, he wanted to stop her. So that's actually against it.
But even in the 30 minutes before Chris confessed, when Tammy and Coder were hammering Shanann, Chris denied it. He said, nope, she's not like that. Don't talk. I mean, still, even when he goes on in 10 minutes, talks about
exactly, because she's not
behavior, he doesn't like that. No,
and then they left the room. His dad came in. He had a little bit of comfort. He had like I said, the pressure valve let out a little bit of steam. They weren't in the room. And he thought it was his very last hope was to go with that story. He admitted it when they came in February. He said, I wouldn't have even thought of that if she.
But if that was his last hope, then how? That's my point. Okay, you have a very good point right there. If that was his very last point, his last point of hope, and he went with her story, then how is it possible it would match the evidence? I mean, you're saying that if she said that Shanann hurt her, at a hotel. I mean, clearly
he said that Shanann did what he did. That's how it matched the evidence. He said that she did what he did.
Okay, so you're thinking that only in that 6 minutes he made that up. Like that's what I'm saying. So,
and that's something liars do. They try and stick as close to the truth as possible.
Matching the evidence. First of all, there's no 100% evidence. You're talking about fibers in the lungs. You're talking about, which you've even said you're not an expert witness on that. But he gave the story and just switched the person. Of course it matches the evidence. He
Well,
saw
that's not
that when
true.
they
That's
gave
not
him that little bit of.
Okay, so I have a question then. So then do you believe his Wisconsin confession? Because I
About
guess
killing her
the
twice?
point is where do you believe if you think that he made up his original confession, then and that's not true. It didn't happen, right? Then
No, I think he made up. I
then
don't
the
know what
evidence
original
doesn't
one you're
matter.
talking about. He made up the story that Tammy started. Yeah.
But he
Okay.
used little bits of truths on how he killed Shanann.
Okay,
You know what
so
I'm saying? Like,
so
It's
you're
much more
thinking that,
comfortable when you're telling a story in front of two FBI agents and
right,
you've been in
but
that room for 2 12-hour days. It's much more comfortable to stick, like Jill said, to the truth as closely as you can and just say, yeah, I saw her, and he describes what he did.
okay,
Of
so
course.
are you thinking it was premeditated, or do you think he snapped that night? What is your account? I don't think I've asked you that. What do you think happened then?
I have no
You
idea.
know? Do you
Nope.
believe anything with the Wisconsin side?
Do I believe what about Wisconsin?
Anything about the Wisconsin confession? Are you like team Wisconsin confession, or are you like where do you stand with that?
I don't know. He could have been toying with them. He could have let out some truths then. I have no idea.
Yeah. Okay. I was just wondering because that's why because when I talk about evidence, like as far as forensics, I separate that between the people that literally just go, I believe Wisconsin. And I'm like, okay, well then the autopsy would be irrelevant because that would mean that autopsy is completely wrong because that doesn't match. So that's why I was
I
asking.
mean, that's just gambling. That's I believe that can. That's just you really you just have to.
Boils
You
down to
can't just say
there
yeah,
too.
there's a little truth in everything. I'm sure.
Right. I agree.
But
I totally agree. I totally agree with
the
that.
method that Tammy used is a very common, as I'm sure you know,
Oh,
to
100%.
give
Absolutely.
someone
Same.
a sense
Absolutely.
of maybe this was a crime of passion. Maybe someone broke into, and I'm not using his crime, but I take any interrogation with somebody who's a seasoned interrogator, they're going to give them that sense of comfort and understanding. I understand I might have done the same thing. And he ran with it. He did exactly what you wanted him to do.
Okay, so here's my question on that. So here's my question. What that is for, the theme scenario is to get a true depiction of what happened, right? Also bringing the dad in was to get truth. So you're saying that she used two very important techniques, but yet he lied. So those techniques then were not successful if he lied. If he then commissions a crime against her, then that means it doesn't work.
Their point was to get him to admit at least of something, so then they could find the body.
Yes.
So he told they got it accomplished. She told him where the bodies was. They got the charge. They took him to prison, and they got him to confess more. And he pled guilty. They got the goal.
And there is nothing unethical about that.
It did work.
That's what they do. Where the kids were exactly, and there's nothing unethical about that at all. There's nothing unethical about giving him the polygraph. The things that his mom is claiming were backhanded. I've watched
the only thing with what she's talking about the polygraph is Tammy already had. She said she already had a chosen path of what side she was on, because typically when you have a person who's doing a polygraph, they're going to not assume that if you're responsible for one, you're responsible for all. That's a very juvenile way of thinking about that. If you are someone who wants to know the truth of a case, you are going to, especially since the marks of him lying were so dramatic, you'd clearly have answers. And when Chris was in that,
what do you mean you clearly have answers?
Because his number, the scale of when you show that you're lying, I think she was saying something like an average person's like -4, and Chris was like -8,
-11 or something. Yeah, we just went over those results.
A bad liar. So when Chris started talking, when they were getting to the point where they were turning on to ask him questions, he specifically says, are the questions you're going to ask, are they going to also like blanketly cover the girls, basically? Because he was concerned if he answered, because he wanted to talk to his dad first, if he answered deceptively for Shanann, was that going to then make him guilty for the girls? Because he did not want that. Now, Tammy,
I don't remember him asking that. No. Did he? I don't remember him asking.
It's in the, you can hear it. Go back and listen to their questions.
I've taken several polygraphs. Believe me. They ask you, and there are edited and unedited versions of the polygraph on YouTube.
Yeah.
It is so
He did ask
long
that.
and so exhaustive.
Yeah.
He need not worry that there's something that's going to cause a spike where it shouldn't be. That's not going to happen.
Right. But he doesn't
The
know
questions
that.
are.
I mean, he doesn't know that. He doesn't know that. So he's only thinking with these questions, he did not in that question want to be found deceptive of the girls. He wanted to make sure that the questions were separate. And what Tammy did though is she only asked about Shanann. She did you did one, you did all. If Chris was such a fantastic liar, I mean like a bad liar, like he was fantastic at being a bad liar, why would she not just ask those 3 exact same questions about the girls? And then that would have sealed the deal. Like that would have been done because it would have been 100% the answer. And we think that's more of a Brady violation.
The polygraph isn't
No,
end result. That's just that's a tool they use to get him to confess.
Right.
I mean, so that's not used in court or anything. So that who cares? They got what they wanted.
Well,
what does that matter if they
do that? But you can't say in the court of law, you cannot just say because it sounds good. He killed one, he killed all. That's not how that works.
But that's not admissible in the court of law. They don't bring up the polygraph.
No, I get that. About one. It's Tammy's prerogative to ask about one, and one of the reasons may be that she did not want the emotions in his claim. They wouldn't have, but it's clear that he was only being asked about Shanann, and she could have walked in there and said, "You failed," and he may have passed. She doesn't have to tell him he passed.
Of course. No, we're just saying
but she doesn't.
But you have to understand why we say that, why it's important is because Tammy, from her own words, has said at that point, she was already emotionally connected to Shanann. If she had not been, typically, you would probably see that examiner ask about every single person, where she was only concerned about Shanann and getting that one, like you just said, one and done. Perfect.
I don't agree that she was only concerned.
I've never heard that quote, but I'd love to hear it in its full context.
Are you asking what the context of Tammy was Shanann?
Yeah, saying she was emotionally invested in Shanann at that point or something.
If you go to, I actually have a video on my channel, but if you go to, there's an Oxygen special that they all did. And all the detectives and DA Rourke did this special with Oxygen. And I guess you probably weren't here, I guess, in the beginning. What she says is, and this is part of the problem that the Watts have and that Chris has, is that she says when the case first started, when Shanann was still missing, she was looking into this and she was looking into Shanann's Facebook, and she became very emotionally connected to the victims, to the girls and to Shanann.
Still doesn't matter how many.
Hold on a second. So from that standpoint, she says, as she's going through this process with Chris, like her mind was made up. And she says that as he started talking these different things, she became angry and aggressive and protective of Shanann. Well, when you're investigating a crime, like that's a conflict. You cannot be emotionally connected on one side and not do the due process as far as investigating both sides.
You just have to keep it under control. Sure, and she
but she didn't. That's the
and plus, he took the plea deal. They didn't have to do this big investigation or trial. So who cares?
No, that's before that, because that night when he confessed,
she went to the news.
Yes, she did, because she went to the news. She asked him specifically at the end of that, "Are you okay with me going out there to the media and saying that Shanann did this?" And he says, "Yes, I didn't hurt my girls." And then she asks him again very adamantly, but then she goes out to the news and lies and said Chris confessed to killing his whole family. You can't do that.
Kim, let's agree with you and say she was emotionally involved and connected. What does that have to do with it?
It's a constitutional right. You cannot, that avoids his right to due process, all of that. There's like 3 different amendments in the Constitution and then Colorado Constitution that 100% breaks that. 100%. And even, like I said, his defense team,
if an interrogator has emotion about 2 children being murdered and perhaps doesn't want to bring them into the polygraph.
You're not allowed to just choose one side. You have to do a fair investigation. You have to. Like that's what you have to do. Process.
There could have been a polygraph part 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I've had some that lasted 3 different days. Who's to say she didn't decide right now I'm only going to focus on Shanann? That's her prerogative. That's got nothing to do with his constitutional
There's
rights.
a difference of that versus her going out to the media and releasing a false statement. There's rules and laws when it comes to doing that. And on top of that, her then going with her husband on Facebook and commenting very specifically that the case was closed. Their mind was made up. It was only Chris. So that means, I mean, you're talking 2 days into it, clearly him giving a confession would be a very big starting point into the case versus her having the door shut. I got what I wanted. It's over. When it comes to due process, you guys, like I said, no matter what side you're on, you have constitutional rights that are afforded to every person. And unfortunately, in this situation, those rights were not afforded to him. So there is an issue with that. That's how people go back to court. And that's exactly why he's going back to court.
That has nothing to do with Shanann doing it, though. But
Yeah.
then bring it. Let's do a trial. I think there's enough
I didn't
circumstantial evidence to convict him. There's no doubt in my mind that we could get.
It's not Tammy's fault. It's not Nicole Atkinson's fault. It's not Shanann's fault. It's the person who's at fault is in prison, and maybe there are others, but it's certainly not those 3 women.
Well, and like I said, I mean, that's everyone. I don't blame you for having that opinion. Everyone can have their opinion. I mean, like I said, even on your side, there's so many people that have different opinions within the Shanann side. And like I said, everyone can have those. I don't mind that. Even on the Watts side, they have so many different opinions of what actually happened with his involvement. So, like I said, the only thing I'm doing is I'm only giving what's going forward. Like everyone's wanted to know what are things that we didn't know, or what are things that are left out, or we wanted a trial to figure this out. Well, that's what's going to happen. And that's all I'm here to do is talk about that process. That's it. Whether people want
to, are going to die. So I've got to hop off because my earpods are on like 2%.
Oh, okay. Thanks.
I appreciate your questions though. Just so you know, I do appreciate these conversations because I take these conversations back in, and trust me, I don't have that blinded, like I don't listen. I do, and take it in and obviously apply it to a thought process or to evidence. And I look at it, you know, I'm not just like, oh, nope, you guys are wrong. I don't do that. I'm good. I get that a lot of people think differently. And that's why I like these conversations, because I mean, no one has to pay attention to this side if they don't want to. I mean, we're just here to have a more open dialogue of this process going forward because there have been so many questions unanswered. And I'm not saying people like the answer. They're probably not going to like the answers, but the process that they want to go through is more transparency. That's it on this side. I don't know about that side, but on this side, there's going to be a lot more, you know, I mean, and think about that. If Chris wanted to hide something, you'd think he'd want to hide all. He doesn't want that. He wants it open. He wants it all on the table, which I think is awesome.
Somebody has a good question here. Yeah. Where'd it go now? In other words, they were saying, why YouTube? Why did you bring it to YouTube?
Because we've looked into a lot of different cases of people who have gone back to court, who've had things overturned. And like I said, even if you want to just bring up the biggest person like right now is Scott Peterson, what they have decided is worked in a lot of these different cases is people have questions, and especially going into court. I mean, to be honest, I don't even know if it's like a 2020 thing, but it literally is just a different way of interacting with court. A lot of people just have a blind trust of the legal process and say it was done right, or it was, you know, and that's not how it works. It does not work like that. And so I think it's more to, you know, the same thing, to answer people's questions, to have the interaction, to have community support, or to hear other people's sides. I think it's more of, it is such a big case and so many people are involved and everyone's asked 1,000 times, answer this question. Like, you guys answer these questions. Well, we're here to answer these questions. And it's a media platform that we could use. Going through the media has not worked because you can do a 3-hour interview and they're going to put away 2 minutes. So it just wasn't open enough. And so as we go through this process, we just want to be open more and answer questions we can as much as we can. You don't have to like the answer. You can shut the answer down. That's fine. But if you're asking the question of an answer, we're going to give it to you. That's it. And put it out there. And the people that are on the side that want the information to see it and have questions themselves, like, we're just going to put it out there.
Right.
So he knows that you're coming out on me.
Oh, yeah. The respect of having the nerve to do it. I really do. Because I don't think I could.
I don't think a lot of people could, to be honest. I mean, I think I've put a lot of stuff out there that's highly controversial. I think one of my things is titled to Tammy. Tammy got away with this once, and that's because the things that she did by law, people could say it's okay that she did it and had emotional, is perfect. But by law, there's just certain rights that are afforded to you, and she just happened to break them. So, I mean, I don't think a lot of people would do what I'm doing, but that's not, I mean, I'm not doing it for that. We're doing it because people want answers. And from this side, I guess that's what we can do. And to be honest, a lot of it is also the Watts side is tired of the people who come into their life just to get some screenshots or some text messages or this, and then they try to out them. And that has been so toxic and so hard. It's like, okay, guess what? It's like right now, there's a couple that Chris did a book with, some prayers and poems that he was doing, that he was supposed to be an anonymous donor, or I guess a contributor to this book that was supposed to be written. And clearly, I think it got to their heads, and now it's big, and they're changing the story. They're putting Chris's name on it. And it's like, I think that they're just tired of that. And so it's like, you know what? Let's just lay it out there for people to eat up, spit out, walk on, light on fire, whatever it is. But it's also a way to stop all of that, because on any side, and I'm sure the Rusiks have had the same thing. Like, it is, I can't imagine what they're going through. And I'm not saying that what I'm not doing is not traumatizing them. But on this side, it's also, for Chris's standpoint and for the Watts' standpoint, it's been traumatizing them as well. And so it's just a way. I mean, the Rusiks have had many opportunities to put their stories out there. They've done it like with Netflix and these different things, and they can. Like, that's how they've wanted to do that. And I think that they also have some YouTube channels. They go on and comment and stuff. So this is just, I think it's just a comfortable platform for interaction and for questions, because I think people have felt that this case is, they've gotten so attached to it. It's not, I think most people look at cases like, say, like a Bundy case, and it's like Ted Bundy, but it's so far away. But for something with this case makes it feel like it's your best friend, makes it feel like it's your neighbor, or possibly even yourself. And so I think it's just, like I said, you might not be happy with the answers, but I think some people just want to have the chance to ask, whether it's what they want to hear or not. They just feel like, can I just ask you a question? I'm like, sure, because they just want to be heard, you know? And I mean, for some people, it's just simply that they don't even care what my answer is. They just want to be able to ask somebody. And it just relieves, I think, something off of them. Like, okay, I hate your answer. I hate your side. I don't agree with it at all. But I got to ask someone finally something, you know?
I think it's the desperation to find truth in it all.
Right. I totally agree. 100%.
Yeah, I think
Chris isn't giving us the total truth. That's the problem.
Right. I mean, you have to realize that's exactly true. There's been so many things out there that are wrong. And I think that's even kind of the side that the Watts have, is that false narrative of even the Wisconsin thing. Like, they said, they put it out there that when they went there to see Chris, that Chris gave them this voluntary confession. And we're like, what? No. And that's the audio that I just started to release a certain part of it. I'll be releasing the rest of the audio. That's not what happened. It was a 5-hour interrogation. It wasn't something he did voluntarily or willingly. And on top of that, as things were being mentioned and Chris was saying things, if they were there for the truth, they should have stopped him and said, hey, wait a minute, Chris. We know the evidence we do have, that doesn't match. Like, tell us the truth. But they didn't. And so I think that's even a concern for the Watts, that makes them have more questions of like, okay, it just seems like they're doing something wrong.
They gave them an opportunity,
Can
though.
you ask? Well, you answer this question up on the thing. I already know how you're going to answer it from your videos, I guarantee. But a bunch of people have asked this about, how do you explain Kim? How do you explain how Shanann doesn't have any defensive wounds?
Okay, so Chris's account is that, and I did sync together the audio and the video on my channel. I think the video is called The Answers, but right before that, I think it's like titled like first time ever synced audio and video, because people haven't seen it. And it is a big difference when you actually see, if you go and watch side by side the part that they release versus it being synced together, it's very different. In his account for what happened, when he goes into Cece's bedroom, comes up from behind Shanann, grabs her basically from like the right shoulder and then pulls her down. So she's basically, her head's on the left side of the bottom of the bed and her feet would be across like to the right side. So he'd have pulled her down to her side and then got on top of her and then choked her neck. And like I said, there's pattern abrasions. I mean, I think that Mark Gillespie went on another channel the other day. People were asking him because he's done some forensics in the past, and he even held the hand to the neck exactly how we have it acted out, because they're talking about the bruise, a small bruise on the right side of her neck, and then a patterned bruise, like different circular, like it's like basically fingertips, if you want to just this fingertips, like a pattern that goes up the left side of her face. And so if he pulls her down and she's on her side, well, you're going to have the left side, her left arm, presumably underneath of her more. And if he gets on top of her, her right arm could potentially be pinned. Now, there's a huge difference that your body gives off if you're being choked. And I think I don't know who did this. I don't know where they got this from. Someone put it in, like I was explaining that they were like doing sex play, because I was speaking of choking. I was not talking about that. And I was not trying to insinuate that was what was going on at all. I was saying that people, like the kids in high school, do choking games where they pass themselves out. When someone has their hands on your neck from the side and you're being squeezed from the side, your body doesn't have that same natural fight or flight, like very intense fighting back motion as it would have if like he was actually strangling her and applying that pressure to her esophagus and crushing it. Your body is going to have, you're struggling for air. You're having that sensor in your brain is very, very different. So Shanann being on her left side and having the sides of her neck, putting pressure there, she would have passed out in probably 5 or 6 seconds. So you think about being pulled down, being taken off guard, being pulled down, and that happening, especially with how strong he is. You think about at 5 or 6 seconds, she's passed out. That's what I was trying to say. If you ever had someone play the pass out game where they'll like come up and squeeze your neck and you pass out, you just don't have that. Yay. I don't even think you have time to have that thought process to fight. I think you literally are just passed out before it even happens. So by his account, she was on her left side, him squeezing her neck. It wasn't this 3 to 5 minutes crushing her windpipe that would allow her even the time. Because in those type of strangulations, you will have that. You're going to have, like, her hyoid bone would be expected to be broken. Not always, but you're expected to see that. You're going to see like her thyroid, the cartilage in the front of her neck fractured. None of that was present. But in that type of injury, because it takes so long and there's a significant amount of pressure required to collapse someone's esophagus, to strangle them, there is that time, unfortunately, for someone to go through that very horrific process. And Shanann just didn't go through that process. Hers would have been something very, even the bruising is very indicative of the fact that it wasn't like he was holding her for 3 minutes and squeezing her neck violently. The bruising doesn't even show that. So does that make sense?
No, it does.
So that, just to explain that, like, that's the differences. So I think when people hear the Wisconsin confession and believe that she was on her back and she was strangled, yes, they're like, why was there no defensive wounds? Well, there would have probably been for sure if it happened that way, but that's not. She did not pass away like that. Thank goodness. Like her trachea was not crushed. There was no damage to the inside. Thank goodness, because that would be obviously hurting. Yeah. Okay, and you'd expect to see a lot of different injuries with that. You would see petechia probably in her eyes or her facial planes, in her scalp, in her lips possibly. You'd see pooling of blood around her neck. There'd be a lot more, just a lot more indications that something violent had taken place over an extended period of time.
So I just still have the argument that she could have been in that position when he killed her in her own bed, or even if she was on her back, she could have been turned to the side. There's explanations. Yeah. But I'm going to end this here because I'm so tired right now. I can't even think of any more questions anyway. But if I do, I'll let you know, because I know I'll have some that I'll be so mad that I didn't ask. Like when you go to the doctor and I'm like, why didn't I have
you can email me questions. I like I said, I have no problem answering them. Okay. I can only give you my answer. I know it's not what you guys want to hear. I understand that, but if you ask back to us, I can come back to you guys and talk again. I have no problem with that. I would love that. You guys have been fantastic. Okay. And I do appreciate you guys the way you guys have handled this, because I get that there's a lot of emotion. I've said it 1,000 times, but I do appreciate how you guys have handled this, because I would assume on your side it's extremely hard and probably very emotional to think that this is a wound probably that's going to be reopened, or that there is an opposing side. I can't imagine how that would feel for you guys. So I do thank you guys for at least having me on so that I can talk through this, knowing that it's not anything you guys want to hear. So thank you for that.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks for coming on and answering some questions. And
welcome.
yeah, I'll get back with you.
Okay. Happy Thanksgiving, and you guys have happy holidays if I don't talk to you before then.
Okay. You too.
Yeah.
You too.
Thanks, guys.
All right. Bye.
Bye. Bye, everybody.
Bye, Jill. I'm going to stick on for a couple minutes and say bye to everybody, but thanks, Jill, for hanging in this long too. Wow.
I'm going to make some mac and cheese. I looked up at the time and I'm like, oh, we aren't going to be eating tomorrow.
I know. I looked over at you and you were just like, that's why I started laughing. Because it's like, when you stare at the screen for so long, like it does something to you. That day that I did the 10.5-hour long live stream, Jill, the next morning I felt hungover. Like, when I used to party, I felt like that feeling from being on that live stream for 10.5 hours. Like it took me a whole day to recover from that. My body, I don't know, it did something physically to me. It was weird.
Doubt it. Have a good night. I will see you. Bye.
All right, bye. All right, guys, let me say bye to y'all. Thanks for sticking around, everybody. I don't even know. I'm kind of speechless right now, but I could tell you for certain I 100% don't believe Shanann killed the kids. I still, without a doubt, don't think there's even a chance of that. But so I just want to put that out there, because I don't know if some people come in and they see that, she's on, like I have her on as a guest, that necessarily means that I agree with her theory. No, absolutely not. But it's important to I guess give everybody the right to their own opinion and to be able to express their own opinion. She was in chat. She wanted to answer some questions. So a lot of you guys had questions. So if you do have any in the future, we could, ask her, she said. So, like I said, I know I kind of got in that zone for a while where I'll come up with more probably in the future, but why don't you guys email me? I have a new email. It's zavgirl@protonmail.com. Email me if you could think of any questions, that you would want answered or whatever. So I hope you guys all were all right. I know some of that stuff talking about it, like it's weird talking about something so emotional, like in a objective, technical way, when we were discussing some of the specifics of how he did it and stuff. So it's not because, well, I don't need to explain it. You have to talk like that to be able to finish the chat without losing it, So I hope that didn't trigger anybody. I do apologize for that. So wait, where's my, okay, here we go. Let me see let's see what you guys are saying here. It's really important to let others have an opinion. We don't believe it, but still important. Thank you. Oh, thanks, Dorothy. See, happy Thanksgiving. Yeah, happy Thanksgiving, everybody. That's tomorrow. Actually, today it's 12:25 a.m. I do want to do, I know probably the most of you guys here are, I don't know if you are only following the Watts case, but I would like to do a video or a live stream either not tomorrow, Friday or Saturday about the Vallow case. Because I got some things I want to have Misbehaved on maybe as a guest. I don't know if she responded, if she wants to come on as a guest. But so look for that either Friday or Saturday to discuss that. Maybe read over some of the documents. There's something new I wanted to discuss with you, not directly involved with the case, but something Misbehaved showed me earlier that going on with the case, not with the case, but something kind of interesting. And what else did I want to? Oh, and the Melanie and Brandon custody thing. I wanted to read some of the specifics, the documents. I didn't read, what was the one thing I wanted to read to you guys on that? I read you the pretrial It was something though. One of the documents I was going to read to you guys, and maybe some of the Lori ones. So hopefully you guys will stop over for that. Man, I can't even talk. I'm so zoned out from staring at the screen. Oh, thanks, LAB. And I'm sorry, I probably missed so many of you guys in chat. I have it on slow chat, so I had it on so. And also, some people were thinking we were timing people out. Slow chat, just for future reference, when it's on slow chat, you can only type a chat every whatever you set the time limit. I originally had it on, I think, 20 seconds, and then I upped it to 35 because people said the chat was going too fast. So therefore, if you type a chat, and then you have to wait 35 seconds before you type another one, and that's how it slows it down. So I hope nobody thinks that they were being timed out, because you weren't, because I was looking through the chat. I didn't really see anybody get timed out, at least as far as the people that were thinking that they were timed out. Let's see. Thank you. Switch back. Hate slow mode. You hate slow mode. I know, but a bunch of people were asking because we had so many people. I usually don't put it on that much because there are a lot of people that if they come into chat and they don't realize it's on, and they're like, why can't I chat? And you don't know when there's new people popping on, and you might not explain it. You don't want to keep repeating why. So, but there was a lot of people in chat. I had to do it to be able to even see a lot of your chats. So hold on a second. Let me see. I feel like I'm getting text. Yeah, so everybody have a nice Thanksgiving tomorrow. Loop do. Wait, here we go. Loop do. What do you mean, True Seeker? Here we go. Loop do. I don't know what that means. Yeah, Sabib, happy Thanksgiving. Just say bye to you guys. Probably I'll give us like 10 minutes to everybody say bye to each other and stuff. Yeah, it's still, because we still have 11. It's slowly going down. Let's see. Who else do we got in here? I just want to see some of the people that I might have missed that was in here. The Mind Challenge. Okay, so let me see. Red Raven Spirit, what's up? How are you? Jen, all my mods, Jen, Angelina. I know Dawn was here earlier. Even Adelina was here. I didn't get to say hi to everybody. K-Clo, you were awesome tonight. You had some really good questions. G-Dubs, Canuck. Oh, I'm frozen? Oh, I am. Or no, I'm not. Wow, I'm blurry. Shoot, why am I so blurry? See, I'm looking on the StreamYard side and it's not blurry, but wow. Do you guys know, though? Go to settings and then see if I go. You guys know how to go to settings with YouTube? Mine was on 480. I'm going to up it to 720 and see if it actually. Oh my God, I hope I didn't have it. Hold on a second. Yeah, I have it on 720 there too. Okay. All right, guys. So yeah, look for a Valo chat, the Daybell Valo case, either Friday or Saturday. And then, of course, we'll maybe. Wait, does somebody have a picture of Shanann as their profile picture, or do you just look like Shanann? Athena. Wow, the small picture at least looks like Shanann. Jennifer. Let's see who else we got. Why am I so blurry, guys? I'm sorry. Like the StreamYard, I look so clear, but on YouTube I look so blurry. Did I look like that the whole time? Did we? No, I think it was a little bit better before. Do I look blurry to you guys though, or is it just my computer? I'm just curious. Sorry. Yes, Barb. I got to respond. I did read it. I just haven't gotten back to my emails yet. Ronan, is Ronan the accuser here? I saw somebody say hi, but I didn't see you. Natasha. Michelle Clifford in the house. Okay, it just got blurry. Okay. So this is a good time for me to end it, maybe. I don't know why it is, because my picture up here on StreamYard is really clear, and then on YouTube it's horrible. All right, guys. So I'm going to end this. Everybody have a happy Thanksgiving. Oh, thanks, Gregory. I don't know. I just feel like I do want to like see who is all in chat, though. Hold on. Let me just say hi to a couple more people before I end it, because I miss so much. Ronan, there you are. Man, this blurry is. I look so blurry. I'm watching both of them, and it's like night and day. Okay, let's see who else is here. Charity McFarland, Mr. Marie, Tina Marie, Annette. Thanks for the super chat, Barb. I'm in the middle. Valerie, what's up? Good to see you. Angie Wifey. All right, guys. Thank you for all coming. You guys have been awesome. Thanks for sticking by and look fed to your vids. Any of them live or not? Oh, thanks, Don. All right. I will chat with you guys either Saturday or Friday or Saturday, hopefully, and then we'll go from there, I guess. All right. Bye, guys.